Muffin or something. Very good. Great. J'explication, you are aware for the wear.
Check, check, check. Check, check, check. Check, check. Check, check, check. Check, check. Okay. Let me just check on here. Check, check. Check, check. Check, check. Other than that, we should be good to go. So if you have an issue, we look down here a lot to make sure everybody's okay, so we'll keep an eye on it. Thank you. Are we on schedule, John? Tommy? Oh, nothing. I'm just hovering. I'm just worried that, we have these channels drop out and it.
Yeah, I didn't do it. Oh, okay. Nothing, eh? On the
I
home
wonder if it's
switch.
better if I just turn that off.
Okay.
That's better. your headset for a second. Oops, sorry. Oh, over here. Oh, sorry.
Okay. Test, test. Just so everybody in the hall knows, we'll be live streaming in 5 minutes. Thank you.
5 minutes.
Turn to
Good morning. We're just waiting for a few more of the community reps to come, and we'll get started. And we are live streaming already for everybody's information. And for everyone at the table, can you please remove your caps? Thank you.
I don't hear anybody. Okay. Could you turn it back on? I didn't hear Sharon talking. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it was turned off. Yeah. Okay. Now I will hear everybody? Okay, I hope so. Yeah. I need to hear you. Yeah. Lord.
It's okay.
Okay.
I'll help.
Okay.
8-9. 11-12. 9-10. Yeah. Okay.
Have a Prince Allison. I know the piano was.
Good morning, everyone. If everyone can take your seats, we're going to get started. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sharon Ahalawak. I'm the Executive Director for the Planning Commission. This morning, we would like to announce that we've asked everyone to mask up. This is our second public hearing, and we were in Cambridge Bay last week, and there were some people that were active with COVID. So we're just being extra cautious. To confirm, the commission team, everyone here has tested negative that is participating. However, our chair has tested positive and he will be out. Our vice chair, Sean Lester, will be joining us at 11. And until then, Commissioner Daryl Okonowak will be chairing the session until Sean arrives. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I turn it over to you.
Thank you, Sharon. Daryl Okonowak, Commissioner. Before we proceed with our opening prayer from Joshua, we would like to have a minute of silence in recognition of the Queen's funeral, which is currently in process. So can I ask everybody to please rise? Please remain standing. Now I'd like to ask Joshua Ariak to have an opening prayer to start our hearing. Amen. You already did that. Yeah, you already did. Okay. Yeah, you already told them what the channels. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Joshua. Now I'd like to welcome Deputy Mayor Martha Hicks for her opening remarks. For the record, please state your name and your organization.
I don't hear anything. I'm glad to have you in town. Please feel free. Welcome to the community. We will have one mind at this meeting, conservation, water sources. So I'm looking forward to working with you, and welcome to Rankin Inlet for this proceeding. I ask that you say what you have in mind for the sake of our communities and population. So it's important that we are in agreement. Feel free. Welcome to Rankin Inlet. It's a very friendly community. Thank you.
Now I'd like to hand it over to Executive Director Sharon Nakhalwak for some housekeeping items.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I said before, my name is Sharon Nakhalwak, Executive Director for the Nunavut Planning Commission. Just a couple housekeeping items. Our meeting times are 9 a.m. to 11:45, 1:15 to 4:30. If we need to do evening sessions, it will be 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. If everyone can please respect and put your phone on silent. These proceedings are being recorded and broadcast live. It'll be live streaming on Asuma TV, YouTube, and through Facebook. We will take two 15-minute breaks. One as close to 10:15, 10:30 as possible, and then another at 2:15 to 2:30. Everyone that's a registered participant has a badge. We are required to keep attendance, so please, as you come in the morning and the afternoon, if you can scan your badge in so we have a record of attendance. And if you don't have a badge and you're a registered participant, if you could just tell the people at the back and we'll get you one printed up. For the record, whenever you speak, can you please speak slowly and respect that we are providing translation services in Inuktitut and French as required. Also, if you are speaking, please state your name and the organization that you are representing for the record. When speaking, if you're at the microphone, please ensure you're close enough so it's coming through clear for the translators. The chairperson this morning, Chairperson Okonowak, Acting Chairperson Okonowak, will be recognizing all speakers. We do foster the IQ principles of respect, working together, being open, and providing a safe space for everyone to speak and say what they have to say. And all speakers will be recognized through the chair. We will be sticking to the agenda. And being concise for what we're here for the review of the draft Nunavut Land Use Plan. Please be respectful and do not interrupt each other. We have coffee, water, snacks at the back. The emergency exits are as you came in and over on the side here. Should there be an emergency, please exit calmly. The washrooms are located in the front lobby as you came in. As you can see, masks aren't mandatory, but we are asking everyone, in light of some of the members getting COVID last week, to mask up and be respectful of the person sitting beside you. If you're not feeling well, we ask you not to attend the proceedings and to watch them live stream. For the community members, if you have any questions or you have any needs, our staff are here to help you, and the staff at the back, as well as registered participants and others. If you have any questions or need assistance, our team will be happy to support you. I would like to introduce, I'll turn it back to Chairperson Nakashuk to introduce the commissioners, and then we'll go on for the other introductions.
Thank you, Sharon. Daryl Oakenrock, Nunavut Planning Commission. At this time, I'd like to ask the commissioners to introduce themselves.
Simeon Wikingwak, Baker Lake, NPC Commissioner. Good morning. Dorothy Gibbons, NPC Commissioner. Thank you.
I'm Daryl Oakenrock.
Daryl Oakenrock, Commissioner. Cambridge Bay. Good morning. Patricia Inopik, NPC Commissioner. Oswa Ariak, NPC Commissioner. Abraham Kinainak, NPC Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioners. Daryl Oakenrock, Nunavut Planning Commission. Now I'd like to ask Executive Director Sharon Echaluak to introduce her staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sharon Echaluak, Executive Director, as I said before. I'll be saying that a lot this morning. As I recognize the Commission team, I'd like you to stand so everyone can see who you are. Brian Aglukak, Director of Community Engagement and Translations. Jonathan Echaluak, Assistant Executive Director and Manager of Information Technology. Jonathan Savoy, Director of Policy and Planning. Gump Jalong, Manager of Planning and Implementation. Solomon Amino, Senior Planner. Adrian Gerhardt, Planner, GIS Technician. Tommy Alajut, Interpreter, Translator, Mapper. Annie Oli, Interpreter, Translator, Mapper. Our French translator, Natalie. Naudluk Kelly, Executive Assistant to all the Directors and Managers, and Naudluk manages all 3 of the Commission offices. Alan Blair, the Commission Legal Counsel. David Livingstone, External Advisor. Jazz Akins, our stenographer. Our local interpreter, Johnny Irak. And our local support team, if you can stand, Bernadette Dean, Derek Kusagak, Tracy Dion, and Tyson Netzer. Our communications, Beth Gorm, and our audio team, Willie Pursuit on the camera over here, and Chris Haylog. For the registered participants, as I call your organization, can you stand please and be recognized? Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated, the Government of Canada, the Government of Nunavut, Kitikmeot Inuit Association, Kivalik Inuit Association. Get that out of the way. Thank you. The Kivalik Wildlife Board, the Hamlet of Rankin Inlet, Rankin Inlet Hunters and Trappers, Hamlet of Arviat, Arviat Hunters and Trappers, Hamlet of Baker Lake, Baker Lake Hunters and Trappers, Hamlet of Chesterfield Inlet, Chesterfield Inlet Hunters and Trappers, Hamlet of Coral Harbor. Hi, Willie. Coral Harbor Hunters and Trappers, Hamlet of Nayot, Nayot Hunters and Trappers, Hamlet of Whale Cove, Whale Cove Hunters and Trappers, Beverly Kamanariak Caribou Management Board, Nunavut Water Board, Nunavut Marine Council, Amico Eagle, Chamber of Mines, World Wildlife Fund, Friends of Land Use Planning. Those are all of the registered participants that will be speaking and making presentations throughout this hearing. With that, Mr. Chair, I'll turn it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Daryl Hokenwak, Nunavut Planning Commission. We have a short video that we would like to share with you. To start the proceedings. Okay.
Nunavut, Nunavut.
Shortest video on record.
Nunavut, Nunavut, Takoran Naktok, Canadami, avec Tokimayoni, Anilanguyon. Nunavut, Ukeo Tatok Mutigut, Abjakaниtok, Ukiuni, Amihoni, Inuit, Annavi Himalaktan. Anginilik 2 million, Nuna, Imitariktok, Kakek Tumik, Imalik, Higyalo, Higyatchang. Nunavut, Avati, Talimaniglo, Nunatalik, Nyangutid, Amigangito, Tuktokat Suni, Nanulik, Ekalulik, Amma, Poyit atuinauyut nunavut ahingit nik erok paliangit do pekaribut uyakakanik havika kayakanik nunavum miut ivalianikut ikayo nekarayaktut kamatialuni nuna pilerik biunayakpat. Ukiu nuna akikongnia nunavut pangnayikut akikugauyok ihulit paliaman. Kingulak pangmi nuna atong niriniak tanga nalagaw niya lakmat nunavut nunangita ilangat ni tagvani September, October, amma November. Uvani 2023 mi nuna akikong niya atulakuyawyok tuniyaw niya lakmat ukununga ang igaw kublugo gavamatokat kutnut nunavut gavamait nut amma nunavut tungavik kutnut. Una hakinya nuna akikongnya nunak yuangmi ang ilangunyaktok. Inuit at rumalawak tanga hakinya teka ni 1993 mi nunavut mi ang irutid at iliyugaw lawak tiluwit at iliyong nikot Canada maligak yuangan ni ilaw liak mata. Pigaruti magid ikayong nekang to Canada mi. Nung nakakatut mamipalya tiluwit Canada mi amma ilaw tiyang niya leksutik Canada mi. Kanuin ni lima nga akikimayo tukihiniaktut inuit ilakuingitnik hakiyaktit siniaktut nakikatyang nakmid amma lo pivalya nikut ikayong niya nunalid inuhek pivalya niya lakmata. Una akikimayok nuna atong riniaga ujeng naktunaktok hilab ahingok palyani kamatyang nikut avatimi imang mik amma nunaw akik palyani ngano. Dana nuna akikong niya ikayong nikang niyaktok havigaya kanakinak dinut pivalyanikut Canada mot amma nunang yuak hunatuin nang ni amigak palyalak tiluwo. Pivalyayut ikayong nili nunavum miunut Canada miunut amma hilag yuang miunut unatuin ned hokok palyalak tiluwit avati amma pivalyani na matyakubluwit hivup mon. Ikyak kivit ko tukihigyak vinganun. Nunavupang nayikut takunyak ped uvani.
Daryl Oakenwalk, Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you, Commission staff, for that video. Good morning, everyone. Before we get started on the real business of this hearing, I'd like to make some opening remarks to set the context for our next few days together. First, I want to touch on the larger context and relevance of land use planning in Nunavut. Land use planning is about understanding the integrated environmental, economic, and social cultural context within which a plan is to be developed, the possible alternatives for land uses, and the selection of the best option in the circumstances given the best information we have at that time. Across the north and across Canada, land use planning processes have experienced many challenges. Those challenges are often due to diverse interests and the range of environmental, economic, and social conditions. Our experience in Nunavut can be even more challenging than other planning processes because of the size of Nunavut. The varied interests, often from region to region, as well as within regions. We often have different views on an overall vision for land use planning in Nunavut, and the scope and content of the first generation plan, as well as disagreements over the necessary resources for planning and how things should be conducted. We must also address the unprecedented size of our planning area, which further increases the number and complexity of the issues. No other jurisdiction in the world has attempted this at such a large scale. Regardless of the challenges identified, land use planning is essential. It matters to Nunavummiut, to our communities, to governments, various organizations, and industry. It matters to the land and all those that rely on the land, all living things. And it matters to all of us collectively as we seek to protect the environment and to develop resources responsibly and sustainably in the short term and for future generations. Article 11 of the Nunavut Agreement sets out the principles that guide land use planning in Nunavut. And I'll quote some key selections. The primary purpose of land use planning in the Nunavut settlement area shall be to protect and promote the existing and future well-being of those persons ordinarily resident and communities of the Nunavut settlement area, taking into account the interest of all Canadians. Special attention shall be devoted to protecting and promoting the existing and future well-being of Inuit and Inuit-owned lands. The planning process shall ensure land use plans reflect the priorities and values of the residents of the planning regions. And the objective of the planning process shall be to prepare land use plans which guide and direct resource use and development in the Nunavut settlement area. Land use planning is much more than drawing lines on a map. It is about setting and achieving goals, identifying and living within limits of acceptable economic, environmental, and social change. We must ensure the future is more than the result of a series of decisions about individual projects and activities. This plan, your plan, provides an opportunity through an inclusive process to meaningfully address and have essential conversations about difficult things. There are several reasons why a supported and approved Nunavut Land Use Plan matters. It will support decision-making with respect to environmental stewardship, sustainable resource and economic opportunities, and social benefits. It will serve as a filter and the entry point into the Nunavut regulatory system, and by doing so, avoid single project-by-project reviews in the absence of a regional context. It will provide a structure and process to identify what is important and confirming why it's important. In a larger sense, not just on a single proposed project. It will set out the framework for public and private investment, resource and environmental management, and progress as Nunavummiut define it. Planning needs to be understood as a continual process that has to be monitored and reconsidered over time as circumstances, needs and opportunities change and when new information becomes available. There is no magic formula for creating a land use plan. It is always a question of achieving an acceptable balance among differing views, values, and visions. Understanding and knowing comes in different forms. Both Inuit, and Western science acknowledge the importance of experience, wise judgment, and intuition. Compromise by all parties is essential. No one party will get everything it wants, but all parties should achieve enough to be satisfied with the outcome. The planning process is both a challenge and an opportunity. We are challenged to see and understand the different views, values, and priorities from all perspectives. This gives us the opportunity to see things through others' perspectives, to build a bridge and reach a consensus, to find some balance, and to adapt and improve the plan over time as circumstances and new information becomes available. The Nunavut Planning Commission's decision-making framework presented in the 2021 draft plan and the options and recommendations document is disciplined and transparent. The process is framed by considering options and trade-offs. Final decision-making relies on a combination of information, values, experience, and professional judgment. The Nunavut Land Use Plan will be a living document. The 2021 draft plan incorporates ongoing monitoring and periodic reviews and amendments of the plan, a continued commitment to achieve and maintain balance. The plan will be adapted to meet changing circumstances and events, including community population changes, wildlife population and habitat changes, mineral and hydrocarbon demand and supply, and impacts of climate change on the land and its use. We commissioners are committed to making all efforts to ensure that balanced decision-making remains at the core of our discussions. We will continue to rely on the best available information. Inuit Kayumatukangit and Western science for the analysis of facts and considerations of values. The last 15 years of the plan development have consumed resources and placed demands on communities, regional organizations, and other planning partners. Now is the time for our collective efforts to come together and complete the Nunavut Land Use Plan. It is time for us to see issues from each other's perspectives, to understand and commit to the compromises necessary. Working together, we will finalize a plan for Nunavut that reflects the priorities, values, and vision of Nunavummiut and our communities. Thank you for your attention. Now I'd like to turn the hearing back to Sharon Nakakalwa, Executive Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am going to walk us through the agenda for the next couple days, what we have planned. And I've been asked by the community members if we could change our start time to 9:15 to allow them time to have breakfast, as I guess the restaurants don't open until 8, and some of them were challenged to get here this morning for the 9 o'clock start. So we're going to start at 9:15 sharp, and I hope that accommodates the extra time needed for the community members to get their breakfast. Prior to reviewing the agenda, I did forget to say, as we speak, many of us work in a world of acronyms, and if we can all try to not use acronyms for the translator. So instead of saying, for example, DIO or NPC, we would say Designated Inuit Organization or the Nunavut Planning Commission. And I'm very guilty of that, so I will ensure that I try to catch myself. So as we review the agenda for today, there will be a presentation by the Commission staff led by Jonathan Savoy, and it will be a review of the draft Nunavut Land Use Plan, the 2021, draft Nunavut land use plan maps. And there were many written questions that were pre-submitted to the Commission. As Jonathan does his presentation, he will be addressing key questions throughout his presentation. So there will not be a separate presentation for the pre-submitted questions. It will be incorporated as we review the plan, where the questions are relevant throughout the plan. Following that, we will have questions to Jonathan's presentation, starting with the community members and then the registered participants. And that will be the close of day one. And again, the Commission will be doing evening sessions as required to ensure the Commission is respecting the tradition of oral questions and comments and presentations. For Tuesday, September 20th, day 2, we will do our opening remarks and housekeeping. Then we will have presentations from the registered participants, starting with the 3 signatory parties, the Government of Canada, Nunavut Tungavik, and the Government of Nunavut. Each of the signatory parties are allowed 60 minutes for their presentation, after which there will be an opportunity after the presentations are finished for questions, and we're allowing 30 minutes for each of those. For the community members, we have 30 minutes for your presentations and then 20 minutes for questions and answers. And again, to ensure that everyone is heard, we will be doing evening sessions if necessary. The presentation orders, oops, I got this backwards. The presentation orders, we are starting with the community representatives in this order, and then the signatory parties. The Hamlet of Arviat, Arviat Hunters and Trappers, the Hamlet of Baker Lake, Baker Lake Hunters and Trappers, the Hamlet of Chesterfield Inlet, Chesterfield Inlet Hunters and Trappers, the Hamlet of Coral Harbor, Coral Harbor Hunters and Trappers, and then that will close day 2. On day 3, opening remarks and housekeeping, we'll be starting with the Hamlet of Nauyot, then Nauyot Hunters and Trappers, then the Hamlet of Rankin Inlet, Rankin Inlet Hunters and Trappers, the Hamlet of Whale Cove, and then Whale Cove Hunters and Trappers. That will be the day end of that day. On Thursday, September 22nd, again, opening remarks, housekeeping. We will have the Kavalik Wildlife Board, the Kavalik Inuit Association, Nunavut Tungavik, the Government of Canada, the Government of Nunavut, and then closing day. On Friday, September 23rd, on day 5, opening remarks and housekeeping again. Then we will have the Beverly Kamanariak Caribou Board, the Nunavut Water Board, the Nunavut Marine Council, Amico Eagle, the World Wildlife Fund, the Chamber of Mines, Friends of Land Use Planning, and then we will have the final closing statements. All participants, registered participants, will have 3 minutes for closing remarks. And the Government of Canada, the Government of Nunavut, and NTI will each have 15 minutes. And then we will do the closing remarks and a closing prayer and close the proceedings. So that is our agenda for this week, Mr. Chair.
Daryl Oakenlock, Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you, Sharon. Before we proceed with Jonathan's presentation, I'd like to recommend a short break, 15 minutes. Back at 10:15. We're about to commence. Daryl Hokenrock, Nunavut Planning Commission. Before we proceed with Jonathan Savoy's presentation, Sharon would like to make a couple of announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the community members, if you have your written presentations and our staff do not have them yet, if you could please give them to Solomon, if you can stand up, if you have your presentations on a stick, or if you can email them to Solomon. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'd like to turn it over to Jonathan Savoy to start the overview of the 2021 Draft Nunavut Land Use Plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This is Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. I'm very happy to be here today back in Rankin Inlet, and very pleased to see some familiar faces around the table. Today I'll be taking us through an overview of the 2021 Draft Nunavut Land Use Plan, and as Sharon noted, I'll be incorporating a few responses to some of the written questions that had been received in advance. I'll be highlighting today issues most relevant here in the Kivalliq region. So some topics that just don't apply here, I might skip over a little more quickly in order to focus on the most important issues here for participants today. I'll start by noting that the Nunavut Planning Commission is, of course, an institution of public government established in 1993 under the Nunavut Agreement, and we have the responsibility for the development, implementation, and monitoring of land use plans for the Nunavut settlement area that are intended to guide and direct resource use and development in the Nunavut settlement area. The Nunavut Planning Commission is the entry point into Nunavut's regulatory system. So we're the first point of contact when project proponents are looking to come into the territory to conduct activities out on the land. And our land use plans can provide a foundational or base layer of requirements that project proponents must follow within Nunavut's regulatory system, but there are still, of course, all of the other layers to Nunavut's regulatory system that continue to apply, including organizations like the Nunavut Impact Review Board, the Nunavut Water Board, as well as the landowner, whether that would be regional Inuit associations, Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated, or Crown lands. The NPC currently has two approved regional land use plans. One, the old Keewatin, or Kivalliq now, regional land use plan, as well as the North Baffin regional land use plans. So this region has been covered by an approved land use plan since the early 1990s. It's important to note that both of these approved regional land use plans, work was initially begun under the old Northwest Territories government in the 1980s. The plans were originally approved in the early 1990s, and then largely administratively updated following the establishment of Nunavut and reapproved in their current form in the early 2000s. But again, a lot of the actual planning work dates back to the 1980s, making both of these plans fairly dated. In addition, there are large portions of Nunavut that have never had an approved regional land use plan. And when the Nunavut land use plan is approved, it will replace these two existing regional land use plans and provide an approved plan for other regions for the first time. The development of the Nunavut land use plan began in 2007. Back in November of 2007, almost 15 years ago, the Commission approved what are called the Broad Planning Policies, Objectives, and Goals. This document was a collaborative effort with the Government of Nunavut, the Government of Canada, and Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated to establish the overall framework or foundation for land use planning in the territory. Since the approval of this foundational document, the Commission has been working to prepare a Nunavut-wide land use plan consistent with those broad planning policies, objectives, and goals. So the Commission began by identifying priority issues for this land use plan to address and working with our partners to identify potential solutions or options to address these issues through a land use plan. The first publicly released draft Nunavut land use plan came out in 2012. The Commission then consulted very broadly on that draft plan, including multiple visits to each community for multiple days. This led to a 2014 draft Nunavut land use plan. Further versions were released in 2016, and then most recently in July of 2021. So this draft plan we'll be discussing here this week and throughout this series of public hearings is the fourth draft plan that has been publicly released over this 15-year process. Since the draft plan was released in July, Commission staff have traveled to Nunavut communities and reviewed the content with community representatives, as well as prepared community representatives for the process of this public hearing. And we're very happy to have the community delegates here with us today. In addition, the Commission has conducted numerous mostly online virtual meetings with other participants who identified interest. And in these meetings, we have responded to points of clarification that were identified by participants, as well as discussed potential options for the issues that participants have been addressing. We've also attended some public forums, including the Nunavut Mining Symposium, where we were able to have productive discussions with members of the mining industry in particular. I've noted some of the community involvement in the development of this plan. Just to emphasize, the Commission has placed great emphasis on efforts to consult and engage with communities, not only here in Nunavut, but also with communities in nearby jurisdictions, including northern Manitoba and Saskatchewan with the Dene Soufflene, as well as in northern Quebec, in Nunavik, with Inuit communities that share interests in Nunavut as well. Through our work with communities, we've of course discussed the content of each of the draft plans and sought feedback on whether the proposed approaches were supported by communities. But a lot of effort over the years has gone into mapping areas of value to communities. This draft Nunavut land use plan takes a more geographic approach than the currently approved draft plans and are largely area-based, which was an approach that was agreed to in the 2007 Broad Planning Policies, Objectives and Goals document. And to support the development of the plan, the Commission has worked closely with groups of community members to identify shared values that the community has prioritized. Through that work, for example, we've identified more than 3,000 individual areas with individual values and priorities being identified by community members. In addition to the largely area-based group mapping identifying values, the Commission also has a long history of working with communities to map how they are, or you are using the land around your community. So our staff have traveled to all communities in Nunavut and recorded what we call use and occupancy mapping. This is a detailed record of where and how communities use the land. These areas are largely point-based, and there are over 10,000 points, for example, in this database to have a record of how communities are using the land. Again, I just mention these as some of the examples of the more detailed mapping that has been collected by the Commission for consideration throughout this planning process, and that information acts as a supplement to the feedback on draft plans that have also been collected over the years. The draft land use plan is also supported by a companion document known as the Options and Recommendations document. This does not form a part of the land use plan itself and is not subject to approval per se, but it represents a compilation of the information that commissioners considered when making recommendations in the 2021 draft plan. It identifies what considerations were at the forefront in those decisions, and also identifies the various options that were considered and how participants recommended these options be prioritized for each issue. This document was significantly updated with the release of the 2021 draft plan. The Commission heard from participants that earlier drafts were certainly appreciated, but fell short of fully identifying the Commission's rationale for previous drafts of the land use plan. We note that this is a very large document, and we don't expect all participants, in particular folks like the community representatives, to have gone through this document in its entirety. But if there are issues that are of key concern to any participant, we do encourage a careful review of this document on those individual topics. So the intent of this document is to transparently and consistently set out the different considerations for each topic identified through the planning process. Part of that analysis included developing, for the first time in this release, rating criteria for identified areas. And just as an example of some of the factors that were considered in this draft for each topic, I'll just review those that are identified on this slide. For instance, first of all, the overall importance of an issue was considered. So we give examples like the draft plan identifying important habitat for polar bear, but not grizzly bear. That's again reflecting the priorities that the Commission heard and the relative importance of the issue to Nunavummiut and participants in the planning process. Another example would be the draft plan extensively discussing things like caribou habitats, but not explicitly addressing muskox habitats. Again, some issues are addressed in this plan, some are not, and the first consideration was this overall importance of the topic. For each sub-issue, the Commission then consistently identified how geographic boundaries were defined and what confidence the Commission had in those boundaries. So for things like drinking water supplies, the Commission could be fairly confident that it knew where these boundaries lie. And for other, for example, wildlife habitat boundaries that can shift and move over time and are subject to less certainty, those ratings could be lower. Also considered was the environmental and cultural importance of an area. This led to the Commission to identify and distinguish between different types of habitat. So for example, caribou calving areas being relatively more important than caribou rutting areas, as an example. In addition, for each and every topic, the Commission considered the non-renewable resource, transportation, and linear infrastructure potential. So again, in all of these geographic areas, we not only considered the importance of those areas to communities or to wildlife, but also their potential for non-renewable resources, in particular mineral exploration and development, as well as for things like transportation corridor potential, whether that would be on land or in the marine environment. Also considered for each and every topic was the sensitivity to impacts. This was another topic that many participants had comments on. For example, the Commission heard very clearly how sensitive walrus were when they were on their land-based haulouts. The record was very clear that the animals are particularly sensitive in those locations and very easily disturbed. The final criteria that was assessed was other regulatory tools. So the draft plan is not intended to duplicate or have significant overlap with issues that other regulatory authorities adequately address. So for example, through this planning process, the Commission has heard concerns about ballast water exchange. So vessels coming into Nunavut and exchanging the water they use to balance the vessel. The Commission also heard that the issue of ballast water exchange is very much addressed by existing federal regulations that set out where and how this ballast water should be exchanged. So that is an example of an issue that's not addressed in the Nunavut Land Use Plan, whereas there are other issues that the Commission understands are not being fully addressed by other regulatory authorities, and that would increase the likelihood of having management approaches included in the draft plan. All of these criteria were assessed on a fairly subjective scale. A rating of low, moderate, or high was assigned to each of these topics in order to inform the decisions of the Commission. And in addition to these rating criteria and factors that were considered for each topic, the Commission would also review and consider participant recommendations on a preferred option. So we'll get into the different types of land use designations that are proposed in the draft plan, but those participant recommendations are carefully laid out and considered in this options and recommendations document. So I won't belabor this anymore, except to note that, again, the intent here was to be comprehensive and transparent in...
Sorry, Jonathan, we're just going to fix one of the interpreting equipment. I don't think we can hear them. Interpreters, can you please perform a sound check?
1, 2, 3.
For those of you that might need to change your channel, sorry, Daryl Hokenrock, Nunavut Planning Commission. For any of you that might need to change the channel, if you open up the back, there's a button that you can press to find the correct channel. And some devices have a turning switch on the top. But it looks like we've resolved the issue. Thank you. Please proceed, Jonathan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I was just concluding the discussion about the options and recommendations document by noting its intention and attempt to be comprehensive and transparent in setting out the considerations and rationale of commissioners when making recommendations for inclusion in the draft plan, and strongly encourage participants to review that document on any topic of particular interest to them. And in addition, staff are always happy to have discussions to assist in locating information within the document and further expanding on any of the sections within the document. But the main reason we're here today, of course, is to talk about the draft land use plan itself. The 2021 draft plan contains 6 different chapters, and we'll be going through each of those chapters in turn today. All of this is supported by a very important part of the plan, known as Map A, which is shown on the slide in the far right-hand side. And you can see versions of Map A on the walls here within the hall, as well as some zoomed-in versions applicable to the Kivalliq region. So throughout this hearing, we encourage a review of those documents, and if there are particular questions on breaks and things like that, encourage community representatives to go to the maps and talk to staff about the different areas that are included here in this region. So at a very high level, Chapter 1 serves as an introduction to the land use plan. Chapters 2 through 5 correspond to separate goals established under the broad planning policies, objectives, and goals document. We'll review each of those in turn. Sorry, Solomon or Goom, could you switch to the Inuktitut version on the slide? There, thank you. Chapter 6 is an implementation strategy or a plan for how the land use plan itself would be used following its approval. There are a series of tables at the back of the land use plan which contain additional information used for certain plan requirements. As well, there are a series of appendices and maps included in the plan that again support different plan requirements. I'll note as well that at the back of the document there's a series of smaller inset maps known as Map B, which sets out the different valued components we'll be talking about shortly. So as I noted, Chapter 1 represents an introduction to the land use plan. There are a few key concepts included in this chapter that we'd like to review just to make sure we're all on the same page regarding a lot of the specialized terminology that's used in the plan and participants will be making reference to throughout the week. The first slide speaks to the jurisdiction of the Nunavut land use plan. We'd first like to note that in terms of land use activities, the draft plan or the land use plan itself will apply to what are known as projects, which is a specifically defined term under legislation. And this is meant to capture other land users who are coming into the territory that would need to follow the requirements set out in the land use plan. And it's very important for community representatives to note that the requirements included in the land use plan would not apply to community land use. So things like camping, harvesting, normal, traditional land use activities do not have to follow the requirements set out in the plan. The NPC has no jurisdiction to require any of that of community land users. In addition, there are different requirements within municipal boundaries, for example. So moving to some of the area-based jurisdiction of the plan, we do have jurisdiction within municipal boundaries, but this jurisdiction does not apply to many municipal activities, including things like new subdivision development and where the community chooses to place buildings and things of that nature. But it does apply to larger industrial activities within the community, including things like the deposit of waste, the bulk storage of fuel, or if there are things like mineral exploration within the municipal boundary, it would apply to those activities as well. In addition, geographically, the land use plan would apply to the Nunavut settlement area. That's the area shown in color on this slide. We note that this is slightly different than the Nunavut territory. For example, the majority of Hudson Bay, as well as Baffin Bay, large portions of those marine areas are included within the territory of Nunavut, but not within the Nunavut settlement area. So the Commission's jurisdiction stops a relatively short distance off the coast, as shown in all of our maps. There's also a slight extension to our jurisdiction into Baffin Bay in an area that's known as the Outer Landfast Ice Zone, but we wouldn't expect much discussion about that here this week. The plan also applies to all Crown land as well as Inuit-owned land, both surface and subsurface parcels, and we expect a discussion regarding those parcels this week as we move through presentations from participants. The final note on our jurisdiction, we note that the NPC, the Nunavut Planning Commission, does not have jurisdiction within established parks. So the largest and most obvious here in the Kivalliq region, of course, being Ukusiksalik, the national park. It's now fully established. It has its own management plan and requirements, and the Nunavut Land Use Plan will not apply within this area. Thanks. I'll just stop for a second and recognize the arrival of Commissioner Lester.
Good morning. I had a slightly different route getting here. Yellowknife, Vancouver, Winnipeg, and here. So it's a pleasure to be here, and I don't want to delay anything. So, I forgot. I'm Sean Lester, the acting chair. Jonathan, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and welcome. I've noted already Map A as being a really important part of the land use plan. This is the equivalent to, for example, a zoning map within communities, within community land use plans. Because of the number and complexity of areas that have been identified through this planning process, in this draft, Map A was split into 3 separate maps, and again, you'll see those here on the wall, each focusing on a different type of land use designation. I've mentioned that phrase a few times now, and we'd just like to highlight the 3 different types of designations that the draft plan proposes to manage land use in the territory. The first type of land use designation is known as limited use, These areas are the most restrictive type of designation in the draft plan. And within these red areas shown on map A, there's at least one type of land use that is proposed to be prohibited or not allowed at any time of the year. So the draft plan identifies these limited use areas and proposes a list of activities in limited use areas that would be, again, prohibited or not allowed at any time of the year. These areas can also have other more flexible plan requirements, including things like setbacks or minimum distances that land users must stay away from important features, or things like seasonal restrictions where activities may be limited at certain times of the year. But again, for a limited use area, there must be at least one type of use that's prohibited all year round. The second type of land use designation is known as conditional use. These are shown in a yellowish orange on map A. And in these areas, the plan requirements are more flexible, and they do not include any year-round restrictions, but they do have plan requirements such as like seasonal restrictions I mentioned earlier, or setbacks around important features. It's important to note that these setbacks are often tailored to the type of activity, so there can be different setbacks for aircraft, for example, that take the form of minimum altitudes that must be maintained for helicopters or airplanes. There could then be separate setbacks for ships or marine vessels, boats. So in this case, different size vessels would need to maintain different distances from a particular coastal feature, for example. And in addition to aerial and marine setbacks, there are often sometimes terrestrial setbacks for land-based activities. And again, all of these types of plan requirements that are not outright prohibitions are included as conditional use areas. The third type of land use designation is known as mixed use. And in these areas, there are no year-round prohibitions, as well as no other conformity requirements that would be included in the draft plan. But it's important to note that all of these designations, including the mixed-use areas, can be identified for certain valued components, they're called in the draft plan, that are shown in the small inset maps, or map B, at the back of the main document. Because the Commission has been consulting on this draft plan for 15 years, we have collected a great deal of information on the different values that occur across the territory. Not all of these values have led to specific plan requirements that are included on map A as conditional use areas or limited use areas. That does not mean that these areas, of course, have no value. The Commission has heard about many different issues that are a priority for Nunavummiut and other planning participants, but nonetheless did not receive specific requirements. So the approach in the draft Nunavut Land Use Plan is to collect all of these different values, identify them explicitly in the plan as valued components, and be able to, first of all, identify those for project proponents as they enter the Nunavut regulatory system. So through our online application system, the computer can effectively identify where these valued components overlap with the proposed project locations and present that summary of valued components to a proponent, again, right at the beginning, the front door of Nunavut's regulatory process, and then have that information be considered in the design and conduct of the project. In addition, this information can be summarized and passed on to other regulatory authorities for their consideration. So as the first stop in Nunavut's regulatory process, the Commission can identify, again, proposed requirements that are needed to be followed, as well as the more general valued components for project proponents, and then pass that collection of information on to other regulatory authorities. For example, the Nunavut Impact Review Board. If a project required screening, the Commission must send the project proposal to them to the Impact Review Board for their consideration, and this could be accompanied by this list of valued components. This would allow other regulatory authorities to get a bit of a head start on relevant considerations for their review of the project proposal, and would also have the benefit of preventing community members and other interested parties from having to repeat themselves for each and every project that comes through Nunavut's regulatory system. There's been some discussion throughout this planning process about the different area percentages and how that breaks down across the territory. There's a very high-level summary presented here on slide 19. I will note that we'll be taking a more detailed look at area calculations, in particular for here in the Kivalliq later on. But I just note off the top that in the 2021 draft plan, mixed use, or areas where all uses would be permitted, make up about 65% of the territory. Conditional use areas, the more flexible plan requirements, like setbacks and seasonal restrictions, make up a little over 9% of the territory. The limited use areas, again, the most restrictive type of designation, represents a little over 22% of the territory. And finally, areas outside the Planning Commission's jurisdiction, such as established parks, represent another 3% of the territory. So those numbers include all of the Nunavut settlement area and outer landfast ice zone, and include both land and marine areas. So those are high-level summaries, and a more detailed breakdown appears later in this presentation. The last thing we'd like to note in Chapter 1 is that the plan requirements associated with seasonal restrictions. Chapter 1 identifies the approach the Commission has taken, which is to rely on the 6 Inuit seasons that are more appropriate to the environment here in Nunavut. So rather than relying on, fall, winter, spring, and summer, the draft plan makes reference to the 6 seasons like Auyuk and Ukiak that are related to the different conditions on the land in relation to sea ice, for example, the amount of sunlight that's present. And these things change drastically over the course of the year. And the timing of these seasons also varies across the territory. So there's a separate table in the back of the land use plan that sets out calendar dates for these different seasons depending on where in the territory you are. So for example, freeze up in Whale Cove would be different than freeze up in Grise Fjord, for example. So those variations across the territory have also been taken into account, but an effort has been made to incorporate Inuit seasons most applicable to the environment here in Nunavut. Chapter 2 of the draft plan covers the first goal included in the document. This is the goal of protecting and sustaining the environment. This chapter considers a variety of primarily wildlife habitat, and I'll go through all of the different topics within this chapter. Again, as I mentioned, focusing on topics most relevant here in the Kivalliq region. The first subsection of Chapter 2 deals with key migratory bird habitats. The Commission has been receiving very detailed recommendations from the Government of Canada, Canadian Wildlife Service, for many years on different migratory bird habitats in the territory, as well as recommendations on appropriate plan requirements for these areas. In the 2021 draft plan, the Commission has identified 3 different classes or categories of key migratory bird habitat sites. I'll also note that there's a separate discussion on migratory birds in the next chapter on protecting and sustaining the environment that deals with migratory bird sanctuaries. But here in Chapter 2, we're just looking at areas outside those sanctuaries that have been identified as important for migratory birds. The Class 1 key migratory bird habitat sites are identified as limited use areas with year-round prohibitions on certain industrial activities, including mineral exploration and production, oil and gas exploration and production, all-weather roads, quarries, large-scale wind turbines, as well as hydroelectric power generation. There are not a huge number of these areas as limited use areas in the Kivalliq. one on Southampton Island, for example. But there are a number of other migratory bird habitats identified on the right-hand side of this slide. Class 2 sites are identified as conditional use areas with setback requirements around key habitat locations. So, for example, the Middleback River area near the border of the Kivalliq region with the Kitikmeot is identified as a conditional use area with no prohibited uses, but there are those setback requirements, again, for both air and land. Lastly, there are Class 3 migratory bird habitat sites, shown in yellow on the right-hand side. A number of these throughout the Kivalliq region. And in these areas, there are no prohibited uses, no setback requirements, but they are identified as valued components, again, for consideration by project proponents, as well as other regulatory authorities. And I believe I forgot to mention that in those Class 1 locations, not only are there the year-round prohibitions on the industrial activities that I mentioned, but also setback requirements around particular nesting locations or different colonies. The next subsection of Chapter 2 deals with a variety of caribou habitats. The Commission has heard a great deal about the importance of caribou and their various habitat requirements throughout this planning process. We expect to hear a great deal more this week at the public hearing, and we very much look forward to everyone's comments on all topics, but a lot of discussion is ongoing around caribou and their habitat. As I've mentioned, there are a large number of types of habitat, and we'll look at each of these in turn. But starting with caribou calving and post-calving areas, these habitats have been identified by participants as being particularly important, if not the most important habitats for caribou. The boundaries that have been identified for both of these areas largely rely on information provided by the government of Nunavut, which relied on collaring data to inform an analysis that led to the boundaries that have been identified here. So based on the positions of these collars at different times, the government of Nunavut conducted a statistical or a computer-based analysis to turn those individual locations into an area that was most important to, or most heavily used by the caribou during the period for which the analysis was conducted. This was done for both calving, post-calving, and other habitats that we'll see in the coming slides. This analysis was conducted for the mainland caribou of Nunavut. So you'll see these locations and analysis identified on the mainland in Kivalliq, but not, for example, on the islands, including Southampton or Coates Island. So across the territory, the information on calving and post-calving habitats primarily came from the government of Nunavut and has been supplemented by community input. So in other regions, community participants have identified additions to this data set. Here in the Kivalliq, we did present these areas to communities during previous consultations. There were some modifications to those boundaries mapped by the Commission during those consultations, and those have generally been included throughout these maps, and the changes for calving and post-calving are shown on the screen and are generally small expansions to the information provided by the government of Nunavut. So these areas are identified as limited use areas, both calving and post-calving habitats, with year-round proposed prohibitions on industrial activities, including that same list of uses like mineral exploration and production, oil and gas, linear infrastructure like roads and transmission lines, quarries, wind turbines, as well as hydroelectric development. In addition to the year-round prohibitions on calving and post-calving areas, there are also seasonal restrictions for other types of uses. So we give the example of something like a military training exercise with rangers, cold weather survival training that could occur in February when the caribou are not present, but would not be allowed to take place during calving season itself. So again, some uses are not allowed all year round. Some uses are or would be allowed outside of the calving season. And there are some uses that would be permitted during calving season, but those would be research and tourism related to caribou conservation. So if someone wants to go in and study caribou, that would be supported by the draft plan, as an example. The next slide deals with caribou key access corridors and caribou freshwater crossings. There have been some questions about key access corridors and what this refers to. We do note that this is a technical term that the Commission, for example, hasn't heard from community members. We don't hear community members advocating for or identifying caribou key access corridors. These areas were identified exclusively by the government of Nunavut through their collaring analysis. These are areas used by caribou to access the calving grounds and are included within the post-calving areas. So these are relatively small portions of the post-calving areas that are relied on for caribou to access the calving grounds themselves. These areas are included in the draft plan, again, as limited use areas with year-round prohibitions on some activities, as well as seasonal restrictions on others. The Caribou freshwater crossings on the right-hand side of this map identify areas of fresh water that are important for caribou during their migrations. The Commission heard clearly that caribou are sensitive to disturbance in these areas, and human activities should avoid these locations during migration. The draft plan identifies these areas as limited use areas with year-round prohibitions. I'll note that the Commission did not have submitted in the record dates for the use of these freshwater crossings across the territory. So there's only the inclusion of the year-round prohibition on some activities, and that is not supplemented with additional seasonal restrictions, as was the case for calving and post-calving areas, for example. These freshwater crossings come from a variety of sources, some of them going back to the 1970s caribou protection areas. Those have been included here. Different hunters and trappers organizations, including the Okviet Hunters and Trappers organization, has identified additional crossings, as well as through our direct consultation with communities. I'd note that in the 2020, just keep going. I'd note that in the 2021 draft plan, the Commission has included a 10-kilometer buffer around caribou freshwater crossings where these year-round prohibitions apply. That was thought to be a reasonable...
Jonathan, can you stop for one moment, please? We have a technical difficulty. Thank you.
Could the interpreter speaking Inuktitut speak so that they can hear? Oh, 5 minutes? Oh, okay. Oh, we'll be taking a 5-minute break. I guess our 5-minute break was quick. And our technical difficulties got fixed. Everything good? Good thing we're all working at being flexible in this process. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I'll just go back a little bit and note that for all of the caribou freshwater crossings that have been identified, again from a variety of information sources, the Commission in the 2021 draft recommended the inclusion of a 10-kilometer buffer around these freshwater crossing locations. That was considered to be a compromise or a reasonable middle ground between different recommendations from participants. However, we note that in the written submissions received to date, There have been recommendations from participants to reduce that 10-kilometer buffer down to 5 kilometers from some participants. Others recommend 2 to 3 kilometers. So again, the current draft includes a buffer of 10 kilometers. A number of recommendations have been provided, and the Commission would like to draw participants' attention to that discussion and encourage feedback from other participants on the most appropriate buffer surrounding caribou freshwater crossings. For caribou sea ice crossings, this is largely identified in the Kitikmeot and Kikataluk regions, but there are a few that have been identified here in the Kivalliq. Areas have been identified where caribou cross the sea ice during their migration, and there was strong concerns regarding potential impacts of ice breaking or winter shipping disrupting the ability of caribou to safely migrate. The draft plan includes a conditional use designation for these areas with seasonal restrictions on shipping in order to avoid having ice-breaking activities disrupt caribou migration. The right-hand slide deals with peri-caribou areas. Won't talk about this too much, except to note that habitats have been identified in the high Arctic and included as limited use designations in this draft plan. Moving on, we next have caribou winter ranges. Once again, the caribou winter ranges came from information derived by the government of Nunavut from collaring data on the mainland, including, of course, here in the Kivalliq. I'd like to note that here in the Kivalliq, the caribou winter ranges were identified by participants as being relatively less important than other habitats previously discussed, including calving, post-calving freshwater crossings, and are assigned a valued or identified as valued components for consideration, but with no specific plan requirements. It's interesting to note that in the high Arctic, including for peri-caribou, winter ranges were considered to be relatively important for their life cycle. And in those areas, they're identified as limited use designations with year-round prohibitions, but that approach has not been taken here in the Kivalliq on the mainland. On the right-hand side of slide 27, we see caribou migration corridors. Again, the primary data set came from the government of Nunavut, combined with additional data sets, including from, for example, the Kikataluk Wildlife Board and community representatives. These general migration corridors are identified as valued components, again, for consideration by project proponents and other regulatory authorities. On slide 28, we see caribou summer late summer and rutting areas. All of these habitats, again, being identified as valued components for consideration, and again, largely rely on the complete analysis provided by the Government of Nunavut for the annual life cycle of the different herds. So that concludes the section on caribou and their various habitats. As you can see, there are a large number of different types of habitats. Each of those topics subject to extensive discussion and consideration among participants and by commissioners, and distinct approaches recommended for each of these topics. And again, we look forward to hearing more from participants during this hearing, in particular the community representatives that have traveled here to be with us today. And at this point, we can move on to the next subsection within Chapter 2. We have polar bear denning shown on the left-hand side of slide 29. In this case, the information again came from a variety of sources, including the Government of Nunavut. That has been combined with the NPC's direct community consultations with community participants, as well again as the Kikataluk Wildlife Board providing detailed information for their region. For polar bear denning areas, the draft plan recommends a conditional use designation with seasonal plan requirements. This is a fairly unique plan requirement within the draft, where the Commission understands that these denning locations are seasonally used, and there is concern focused on activities that would disturb the ground or the snow, as the case may be. So large-scale activities like blasting or drilling or operating heavy equipment. So before these activities could occur, the draft plan would require that the proponent have a polar bear monitor conduct a survey of the area where the activity is to take place. And if that polar bear monitor identifies active or suspected active polar bear dens, the project proponent would then need to apply a setback or stay away from those locations until the polar bear monitor has determined that the bear or bears and family have left the area. So rather than an outright seasonal restriction on these activities, there's an opportunity for a survey to take place and then have that survey guide the conduct of the season's activities. The right-hand slide shows walrus terrestrial haulouts. We do appreciate that at this scale that the maps are challenging to read. Again, we encourage a review of the more zoomed-in maps available on the wall here today. These areas, again, come from a variety of sources, both government, through the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, as well as information provided directly through, again, our community consultations, as well as detailed submissions from World Wildlife Fund and again, the Kikitalook Wildlife Board. The walrus haulouts included in the draft plan are identified as limited use areas with year-round prohibitions on some industrial activities, as well as very detailed setback requirements for, again, both aircraft as well as marine vessels and land-based activities. These criteria for setback requirements were largely informed by participant recommendations, which drew on experiences in Alaska, where there have been very detailed studies of impacts on walrus, and there have been slightly modified based on participant feedback here in Nunavut. We then move on to a series of different whale calving areas. So we have with beluga and narwhal shown on this slide, as well as bowhead calving on slide 31. For all of these different species, are some different approaches taken depending on the location and extent of the calving areas. As you can see, there are some very large calving areas identified that overlap with primary shipping lanes within the territory. So for these larger, more extensive areas that have significant overlap with shipping corridors, the draft plan identifies these calving areas as valued components. But there are some calving areas in relatively isolated and small bays or inlets that are well away from normal shipping lanes. And these are identified as limited use areas with prohibitions on certain uses, as well as seasonal restrictions on vessel traffic. So, for example, there are a few locations identified around Southampton Island by the community of Coral Harbour that have directly been included as limited use designations, while the majority of these areas, in terms of area, are identified as valued components due to the differing potential impacts on shipping in the territory. So slide 31 on the left-hand side is showing the bowhead calving areas, again with a similar treatment to both narwhal and beluga. The right-hand side of this slide shows Atlantic cod lakes, which is an issue really in the South Baffin area, and I will jump over that topic today.
Jonathan, this is probably a good place to stop, or are we close? Okay.
We can stop.
We have a little bit of housekeeping, and then Sharon will take care of that, and then we'll break for lunch. Sharon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sharon Ahalawak, Executive Director for the Nunavut Planning Commission. I just wanted to, for all the community participants, I did have a chance to speak to some of you at break. If we are ahead of schedule, we will continue on with day 2. For the first time in history in Cambridge Bay, we were ahead of schedule. And depending on the amount of questions after Jonathan's presentation, just heads up for the first one on the agenda is the Hamlet of Arviat Hunters Trappers from Arviat. And with that, Mr. Chair, if we could all try and be back for 1:15 start. Thank you. That's all the housekeeping. Thank you.
Time to enjoy lunch and see you ready to go at 1:15. Thanks. to remind everyone, out of respect for each other, to have their cell phones off. And we would prefer if you had your mask on. Thank you. Welcome to the afternoon of day one. We will continue with Nunavut Planning Commission presentation. Jonathan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Hope everyone had a nice lunch break. It's nice to see the sun shining out there. Beautiful warm day after rain and snow for the last 3 weeks in Cambridge Bay. It's a nice, welcome change of pace. We had begun our review of Chapter 2 this morning, so I'll just pick up where we left off. We had moved into a couple of different marine areas of importance. On the left-hand side of slide 32, there are what are called ecologically and biologically significant areas. That's a bit of a mouthful, but basically these areas were identified by the Department of Fisheries and Oceans for their importance to a variety of different species. These areas have been identified throughout the marine areas of Nunavut. And as you can see on the slide, they encompass the majority of Kivalliq marine areas. They're relatively general in nature and did not come with specific recommendations for how use of these areas should be managed in the Nunavut Land Use Plan. So the Commission has taken the approach of identifying these areas as valued components. On the right-hand side of the slide, we see areas identified as polynyas, excuse me, which are areas of open water during the winter season. Some polynyas are treated a little bit differently, including some areas identified as important bird habitat in the first subsection of Chapter 2, as well as on upcoming slides. But the majority of polynyas across the territory are also identified in the draft plan as valued components for consideration. The next section of Chapter 2 deals with transboundary considerations, or areas that cross borders. There are two examples on the screen here, both in different regions. One, the Great Bear Lake watershed in the Kitikmeot region, as well as the North Water or Savarayuk polynya near Grise Fjord. These are treated as valued ecosystem components for the Great Bear Lake and conditional use areas for the North Water or Savarayuk polynya, with seasonal restrictions on shipping. I'll just note that here in the Kivalliq there is a very important transboundary consideration with the Denisuthlane of northern Manitoba and Saskatchewan. However, the Commission has made the choice to treat that as a separate issue in Chapter 4 on building healthier communities. That we'll discuss later this afternoon. In addition, there's a final subsection of Chapter 2, Section 2.9 deals with the subject of climate change. Now, there is not a slide in this presentation on that. There are no mapped areas identified in consideration of climate change, and there are no specific plan requirements for the topic of climate change. However, we would like to note that the effects of climate change have been considered throughout the development of the plan. Some key examples include the increased sensitivity of caribou in a changing climate, including due to increased insect harassment, increased forest fires in the southern portions of Caribou Range, as well as difficulties in feeding during the winter months due to increased icing events, depositing a thicker layer of ice during the transition between fall and winter, creating more difficulty for caribou to access food. So effects like this have been considered by the Commission when recommending management approaches for caribou and their habitat. Another example could include the increased sensitivity of polar bears due to changing sea ice conditions, reducing the amount of time that they're able to feed on sea ice. So that concludes our overview of Chapter 2, again focusing mainly on different types of wildlife habitat. Of course, the key consideration here in the Kivalliq region, as well as throughout Nunavut, being the treatment of caribou habitats across their range. We note that there continues to be a high degree of differences of opinion in how caribou and their habitat should be managed through a Nunavut land use plan. Some participants support the plan as drafted with year-round prohibitions on set areas. Some participants favor removing the year-round prohibitions and replacing them with seasonal protections, for example. Other participants recommend the removal of set areas in the land use plan entirely and replacing the approach with mobile caribou protection measures, where activities would cease operations depending on where the caribou are located. So there continues to be a variety of different opinions and recommendations being received by the Commission, these all through written submissions received to date. We do want to emphasize the importance of oral feedback received here today during the hearing. So if you and your community, your organizations have not yet provided feedback on this draft plan on any topic, all the feedback received here to date will be carefully recorded, transcribed, and given full consideration by commissioners following the close of the record on January 10th, 2023. Chapter 3 of the draft plan deals with the goal of encouraging conservation planning. This is again another goal stemming from that 2007 collaboratively developed document on the broad planning policies, objectives, and goals. I noted in Chapter 1 that the Commission's land use plans do not apply within established parks. That's important to remember. And also, many parks and park proposals are not yet fully established, and the Commission still has jurisdiction within these areas. In addition, the Commission also still has jurisdiction within established conservation areas, and this draft plan proposes measures to manage these areas in the draft document. The first section is on future national and territorial parks. Here in the Kivalliq, there are currently no national parks that are in process, but there are a number of territorial parks that are not yet fully established. Many of these may appear to be fully established with park signage and things like benches and picnic tables and other infrastructure located in them, but the paperwork is not yet complete, so the Commission still has jurisdiction within these areas, and the draft plan proposes limited use designations for these future territorial parks with year-round prohibitions on multiple industrial activities. The right-hand slide shows a fairly special case of proposed national marine conservation areas. In Nunavut, there's currently one national marine conservation area that's being considered and in process. That's the area near Lancaster Sound, or the Torreya-Pemenga proposed national marine conservation area. This is well advanced, but has not yet been finalized. I mention it's a bit of a special case because although it's called a marine conservation area, it functions effectively like a park in the marine environment, and once these areas are fully established, the Commission would no longer have jurisdiction within them. So again, not here in this region, but this National Marine Conservation Area that's very well advanced in its process is identified as a limited use area in the draft plan. On slide 36, we show national wildlife areas, of which there are none here in the Kivalliq region, and also migratory bird sanctuaries. There are 3 here in the Kivalliq region. These are established migratory bird sanctuaries that are subject to other legislative requirements. The draft plan would apply to these areas, and the Commission has proposed limited use designations for these migratory bird sanctuaries and national wildlife areas, again with year-round prohibitions on multiple industrial activities, as well as setback requirements from key habitats within these locations. Again, both aerial, marine, and terrestrial. We note that there continues to be disagreement about the preferred approach to managing these migratory bird sanctuaries and national wildlife areas within the draft plan. Some participants favor including the areas as limited use areas, making it clear that some activities are not appropriate within these areas, as well as requiring setbacks from key locations, while other participants view this as an overreach beyond what has already been agreed to within the establishment of these conservation areas, including associated Inuit impact and benefit agreements that are required for established conservation areas. On slide 37, we move into historic sites on the left-hand side. I would note that these historic sites shown on the left-hand side of the slide only identify national historic sites as well as territorial historic sites. The Commission is certainly aware that there are many cultural, archaeological, historic locations across the territory. This is not meant to be anything like a comprehensive list. These are official national historic sites and territorial historic sites. They are included in the draft plan as limited use land use designations. I'd also note that national historic sites, when they are administered by Parks Canada, are also outside the Planning Commission's jurisdiction. However, only one National Historic Site in Nunavut is currently administered by Parks Canada, and that's the recently discovered Franklin wrecks of the Erebus and Terror near Joe Haven. So all of the remaining historic sites, including things like the Fall Caribou Crossing south of Baker Lake, continues to be within the Commission's jurisdiction and are included as limited use areas with year-round prohibitions. Again, I'll draw your attention to current disagreements in the record where some participants support identifying these areas in the land use plan and designating them limited use areas with year-round prohibitions, while others feel that this is too much and should be replaced with a valued component identification and have management conducted by other regulatory authorities. The right-hand side of this map deals with Canadian heritage rivers. Again, this is not meant to represent all rivers of cultural or heritage value, but just those identified through the Canadian Heritage River system. Here in the Kivalliq, there are two, of course, the Thalon and the Kazan Canadian heritage rivers. There are other heritage rivers in other regions. I'll note that the Commission has reviewed the management plans for each of these heritage rivers and has taken a slightly different approach based on the content of those management plans. Here in the Kivalliq region are the two oldest established Canadian heritage rivers with the oldest management plans. They're both developed consistently. These heritage rivers in their management plans are identified as a corridor along the river, extending 1 kilometer from each side of the bank of the river. This general area has been identified in the draft plan as a valued component for consideration. However, the management plans identify specific locations along the river that are of particular cultural importance. The Commission has identified these specific locations along the length of the river as limited use areas with year-round restrictions on many industrial activities. As with many of the conservation area topics in this chapter, there's again a difference of opinion among participants. Some in favor of identifying these areas of particular value as limited use areas, while other participants note that the Heritage River management plans were never intended to have concrete regulatory effect or regulatory teeth, to use a colloquial phrase. The Commission has, again, heard from all sides on this issue. The draft plan does include the limited use designation, and we'd be interested, as always, in hearing from participants directly as to their preferences for the management of these areas. Slide 38 shows, first of all, the Thalon Wildlife Sanctuary, a very long-standing conservation area originally established in the 1920s. This area is included in the draft plan as a limited use designation, again with year-round prohibitions on many industrial activities. The final subsection of Chapter 3 deals with Oceans Act marine protected areas. These are conservation areas that are able to be established by the Department of Fisheries and Oceans within marine areas of Canada. Currently there are 2 areas, one in the very high Arctic off the coast of Ellesmere Island, as well as the area surrounding Southampton Island here in the Kivalliq, that have been identified as potential future marine protected areas. Both of these locations have been included in the draft plan as valued components for consideration. These are at the very early stages of development. There are no agreed upon boundaries or management approaches at this time. So the Commission has chosen to identify the full extent of the area being considered as valued components at this time, and notes that if these proposals proceed and eventually are established under the Oceans Act as marine protected areas, the Commission would continue to have jurisdiction within these areas and provide an example of where the Nunavut Land Use Plan, once approved, may need to be updated over time as circumstances change. So that concludes the overview of Chapter 3, encouraging conservation planning. There are a number of areas here in the Kivalliq region for consideration, including multiple migratory bird sanctuaries, Canadian heritage rivers, as well as national historic sites, and the recently conceived marine protected areas near Coral Harbor in particular. And again, the common issue within this chapter that will need to be resolved by the Commission following the close of the record is, although the Commission does have jurisdiction within these areas, there continues to be lack of consensus around the most appropriate approach for the land use plan to address these issues. Moving on, we have Chapter 4 on building healthier communities. Now our third goal, coming from the 2007 Broad Planning Policies, Objectives and Goals. While previous chapters have focused on areas important for wildlife and the environment and conservation, Chapter 4 focuses on areas identified as being important to communities themselves. So of course communities have identified and contributed areas they view as very important to wildlife, for example, different types of caribou habitat. But the areas discussed in this chapter have been identified by communities and others as being most important for community use. The first subsection deals with a number of what we call community areas of interest. These are areas, as I've noted, identified by communities for community use. The first subsection is on ice travel routes. So I'm on slide 42 now. Throughout Nunavut, the Commission has identified areas used by communities to travel on sea ice. Now, appreciating again that it's hard to see at this scale, in general, the majority of on-ice travel routes have been identified by communities in the Kitikmeot and Kikataluk regions. There are a few identified in the Kivalliq region, but to a much smaller extent. All of these on-ice travel routes are included as conditional use areas. This is a fairly unique plan requirement in the 2021 draft, where all project proponents that would like to conduct shipping activities during the frozen water seasons would need to contact communities through the local municipality as well as the local Hunters and Trappers organization within 300 kilometers of any point of intersection between a proposed ship track and these on-ice travel routes. And when these companies or project proponents contact communities, this would be a requirement following a conformity determination. And the subject of those discussions would be to identify the number and location of ship transits. So, for example, this could be one ship transit ever to resupply a mine site, for example. Or it could be the shipment of bulk ore that goes almost daily all year round. So there's a big range of potential scale of winter shipping that could impact these routes. So those discussions with communities would identify the proposed scope, scale, and location of shipping activities and discuss potential ice bridging plans as an appropriate mitigation measure for the winter shipping that they are proposing. So ice bridging is another funny phrase we have in the draft plan. In general, the Commission has been informed of successful use in other jurisdictions of pontoon-type ice bridges being placed over ship tracks following its passage at set locations and set times that would be communicated to the community to ensure that land users would be aware of these locations when they are leaving their home community and would be able to safely cross any ship track that may be created by the project's shipping activities. Again, that's a fairly unique plan requirement that departs from just a set seasonal restriction, as was done, for example, for caribou sea ice crossings. This was considered to be a more flexible option that would be reflective of the varying types of interactions that could occur between a variety of shipping volume with a variety of community on ice travel route use. Again, as I noted, we do have some on-ice travel routes identified in the Kivalliq region, but certainly much fewer than in other jurisdictions or other regions of Nunavut. And the Commission welcomes and encourages any additional feedback on this approach, as well as on areas used by communities for travel on sea ice in the region. The next series of slides take us through community areas of interest for different regions. I'll skip slide 43, dealing with the Kikataluk region. Going to slide 44, the left-hand side shows community areas of interest identified by Kivalliq communities and considered by commissioners in the options and recommendations document. All of these areas are considered individually and treated with slightly different approaches. I'll start by noting the community of Coral Harbour has been a very active participant in the Commission's planning process dating back to 2007. When they originally identified the Duke of York Bay on the north shore of Southampton Island as an important community area. The Duke of York Bay and 1 kilometer of coastline around the bay are included as limited use designations with year-round restrictions on activities in the area. In addition, the community of Coral Harbour identified a number of essential char fishing rivers. Those are seen throughout Southampton Island as well. And they are included as limited use designations with year-round prohibitions. And finally, Walrus Island off the southern coast of Southampton Island has also been included as a community area of interest with a limited use designation on the entirety of the island. We'll note that there have been some concerns expressed regarding the proposed year-round restrictions on Inuit-owned lands in particular within the Duke of York Bay area, as well as the essential char fishing rivers. And there have been recommendations received to change these limited use designations to conditional use areas that would allow additional activities to be considered on Inuit-owned lands that overlap with these community areas of interest. In addition, here in the Kivalliq, the community of Nauyat has identified relatively large areas around their community, including terrestrial areas as well as marine areas. The Commission considered these community areas of interest and identified them as valued components in the 2021 draft plan. The community of Rankin Inlet has also identified a number of community areas of interest. Just to the south, near the community, is the Diana River that has been identified by community participants as being very important. This area was originally identified several years ago and then slightly modified in 2020 when the Commission conducted in-person consultations here in Rankin Inlet. This area is included as a limited use designation with year-round prohibition on certain activities. We'd also note that a large portion of the Diana River community area of interest overlaps with the Kivalliq to Manitoba transportation and linear infrastructure corridor proposal that's addressed in Chapter 5 and we'll be taking a look at shortly this afternoon. The community of Rankin Inlet also identified an area further to the south around Corbett Inlet. This area again was identified in previous consultations, modified again in 2020, and the Commission considered this area and recommended it be identified as a valued component in the 2021 draft plan. Now, recognizing that the Commission has collected a great deal of information from communities over the years, and this reflection of community areas of interest in the Kivalliq region is by no means comprehensive or entirely reflective of the input Commission has received from participants. I'd like to change to slide 45 and note the abundance of information that the Commission does have available and has included in the draft plan, but not as specific land use designations. So I mentioned this this morning. On the left-hand side, we have what's titled here, Other Community Identified Priority Areas. This is a representation of the over 3,000 areas that the Commission has collected from communities. These areas are summarized in a table at the back of the land use plan and incorporated in that summary into the hard copy version of the land use plan, along with the right-hand side, which shows the information from community use and occupancy mapping interviews. Again, there's a wealth of information included in these two maps. It is hard to interpret in a hard copy format, but we do note that with the advantages of an online application system and digital geographic information systems, the Commission is able to extract the details that would overlap with any given project proposal and provide that to, again, both project proponents and other regulatory authorities in a more useful format. But these two maps form an important part of, in particular, community input into the land use plan. And you just emphasize how much information is included here and the fact that it is included as a valued component in the draft plan. Although some of these areas have been incorporated directly as land use designations, and this information has been used to inform other decisions throughout the land use plan itself. I'll also note this use and occupancy mapping information shown here. also includes use and occupancy recorded by the Dene Soufflene from northern Manitoba and Saskatchewan, which was prepared by themselves and submitted to the Commission. Our staff did not travel to northern Manitoba and Saskatchewan to record use and occupancy directly, but has considered that information throughout the development of the plan. Which segues into the next section on the Dene Soufflene areas identified by communities in northern Manitoba and Saskatchewan. There can be a little bit of confusion about the different areas, and I'll try and clarify that here today. First of all, the Dene Soufflene are currently in negotiations to acquire rights and interests north of 60, including in the southern portions of the Kivalliq region. These negotiations are ongoing and are intended to include land ownership within Nunavut for the Dene Soufflene. I would also note for information that upon the conclusion of those negotiations and the finalization of their agreement, the Commission anticipates having 2 alternate Dene Soufflene members appointed to the Commission to inform land use planning in these areas. Those negotiations are ongoing, and as you can see, we do not yet have those commissioners. So in the 2021 draft plan, there are 2 different approaches. One is to identify the areas of asserted title claim as valued components. So that corresponds to the beige shaded area as well as the red shaded area on slide 46. These are areas within which the Dene Soufflene from both northern Manitoba and Saskatchewan have asserted title claim. The identification of these areas as valued components would again inform project proponents and other regulatory authorities of the Dene Soufflene interest in these lands. In addition, the blue hatched areas shown on this map represent lands that are currently withdrawn and are under negotiation for Dene Soufflene ownership of them. Throughout the planning process, the Dene Soufflene have been very clear of their recommendation to include these withdrawn areas as mixed use within the draft Nunavut land use plan. So they feel this will help facilitate the conclusion of their negotiations and allow for the appointment of alternate commissioners in order to conduct more detailed planning on these lands. The Commission has intended to place these withdrawn lands in a mixed use designation. However, we do understand there may be some discrepancies between the data set used by the Commission to remove any overlapping designations and the most current data set being considered. In addition, the Kivalliq to Manitoba corridor that we'll discuss in the next chapter was not removed from these areas, these withdrawn lands, and the Commission does acknowledge those issues within the 2021 draft plan. And I'll note as well, just for participants' reference, we will be traveling this weekend down to Thompson, Manitoba, and having a hearing with the Dene Soufflane on their interests within the draft Nunavut Land Use Plan. The next slide deals with issues not particularly relevant here in the Kivalliq region. Slide 47 shows areas of equal use and occupancy. These are between the Inuit of Nunavut and Nunavik. They're identified as valued components for reference. As well, the right-hand side shows unincorporated communities. This is another funny term used in the draft plan. It only refers to two communities in the Kitikmeot region of Bathurst Inlet and Dumingmaktuk that are no longer considered by the government to be municipalities that come with full funding and government management and oversight. So they are included in the draft plan as limited use areas. I just want to note these unincorporated communities are distinct from things like outpost camps and cabins and other camping areas. Slide 48 on the left-hand side shows community drinking water supply watersheds. So the 2021 draft plan takes a number of different approaches depending on the size and location of the community's drinking water supply watershed. I'd first note that the Commission has reviewed the content of all community land use plans and identified measures put in place by the municipalities to manage their own drinking water supply. The first category I'll note is applicable to the communities of Baker Lake as well as Qoloqtuk in the Kitikmeot. These two communities draw their drinking water supply from major river watersheds. You can see on the map within Nunavut, they encompass very large areas and actually extend beyond the territorial boundaries themselves. Because of the very large size of these watersheds, the Commission has identified them as valued components within the 2021 draft plan for consideration. On the opposite end of the scale, some communities, like here in Rankin Inlet, draw their drinking water from watersheds that are entirely contained within municipal boundaries. So the community's land use plan has measures in place to manage the drinking water supply, and the Commission has chosen to simply identify these areas as valued components for consideration and not add an additional level of management to these areas. However, there's a third category of drinking water supply where the watershed, of course, begins within municipal boundaries where the community has measures in place to manage use near them. But the watershed extends beyond the municipal boundaries where the community itself does not have jurisdiction. So this is an important example of how the Nunavut Land Use Plan can support community priorities and well-being by picking up those management approaches within the municipal boundary and extending them to adjacent areas where the community does not have jurisdiction. So the community of Coral Harbour is a great example where the water is being drawn from a river that flows south to the community from the interior of Southampton Island. And the draft plan proposes a limited use designation for the portion of the watershed that extends beyond municipal boundaries. Another example of this is the community of Akviet, where again the community's drinking water supply extends beyond municipal boundaries. In this case, the community's drinking water supply also includes multiple Inuit-owned land parcels, and the Commission has heard concerns about the limited use designation unnecessarily impacting the ability of those Inuit-owned land parcels to be used for economic development opportunities, and has recommended a conditional use designation would be more appropriate for this drinking water supply watershed. And we look forward to further discussion on this important issue. The right-hand side of slide 48 shows priority contaminated sites. Much like the historic sites, this is not meant to be a comprehensive or complete overview of contaminated or waste sites in the territory. Rather, the intent here is to identify priority locations that could be of significant harm to human health and well-being. The draft plan identifies these priority sites, which are often things like abandoned military installations, abandoned mining sites, things of a larger scale than, some abandoned fuel drums as an example, and identifies these priority locations as limited use designations with year-round restrictions on many activities. I just mentioned military facilities. We know across the territory there are and have been a large number of important military facilities established. The vast majority of those further north of the Kivalliq region. And maybe I'll just note here that where these military facilities are within municipal boundaries and are subject to community land use plans, they're identified as valued components, whereas those that fall outside of municipal boundaries are identified as limited use areas with year-round restrictions in order to prevent other activities from interfering with the operation of equipment and facilities at these locations. Slide 50 shows, on the left-hand side, alternative energy sources. We note that the Kulik Energy Corporation conducted desktop feasibility studies for hydroelectric power generation for, first of all, the city of Iqaluit, but also for the entire Kivalliq region. Through those studies, they identified high potential areas for hydroelectric power generation. Some of those, including on the Thalon and the Kazan River, are locations where run-of-river power generation would be appropriate. These are locations where water would be removed from the main stream, sent over a hill or down a hill through a turbine and deposited back in the main stream. These would be unique locations where this type of infrastructure could be located. And as well, on the Quoich River, on the north side of Baker Lake, there's a location identified where an actual hydroelectric dam could potentially be located. Again, unique locations where this infrastructure could be successful. Previous drafts of the plan included plan requirements around these areas in order to allow them to be developed in the future if that was supported. However, during consultations, the Commission did not receive favorable feedback on the inclusion of these areas in the draft plan, including a number of concerns expressed from residents in Baker Lake about the use of these locations. So the Commission has instead identified these locations simply as valued components in the 2021 draft plan. The final topic within Chapter 4 is on aerodromes, or the area around airports and airstrips. I'll just note that at the beginning of this process, not all of Nunavut's airports had approved regulations in place for the operation of Nunavut's airports. However, in the intervening 15 years, that work has been completed by Transport Canada. There are currently regulations in place for all of the aerodromes within the Kivalliq region. So this draft plan identifies the areas just as valued components for consideration of projects that may be near these areas. So that concludes our overview of Chapter 4 on building healthier communities. As we've seen, a number of important topics, including community areas of interest, both those identified in the draft plan as limited use areas and valued components, as well as the extensive information recorded from communities and incorporated as valued components, whether that was the additional priority areas or use and occupancy mapping locations. We also saw the example of how the draft plan can support community drinking water supplies, and as in previous hearings, also noted concerns about potential limitations on Inuit-owned lands in particular, whether that was associated with community areas of interest, like the Duke of York Bay and essential fishing rivers, or community drinking water supplies, including that of the community of Akviet.
Thank you, Jonathan. Sean Lester, Vice Chair, Acting Chair. Just checking I didn't cut you off before you've totally finished that chapter. We're okay? I think it's time to take a quick break, 15 minutes, and then Jonathan will continue with the last two chapters. Thanks. Could everyone Could everyone start making their way to their chairs, please? Thanks. It wasn't. Sean Lester. Sean Lester, Vice Chair, Acting Chair. We'll get back to it. We do have one housekeeping issue. Sharon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sharon Hallowak, Executive Director, Nunavut Planning Commission. I have been asked to ask the smokers if you could please smoke a little further away from the front door. It is bothering some of the participants that are coming in and out. Thank you very much. Back to you, Mr. Savoy. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Jonathan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Moving on to Chapter 5, which is about encouraging sustainable economic development. This is the final goal of the land use plan. There's still one more chapter on the implementation strategy, but Chapter 5 is the fifth and final goal of the 2007 Broad Planning Policies, Objectives and Goal document. The first topic within Chapter 5 is mineral exploration and production, shown on the left-hand side of this map, of this slide. I'll note that the lighter orange shaded areas are areas with evidence for mineral potential as provided by the Government of Canada. Within this, you can see that these are generalized areas that encompass large portions of the territory with one particular rating, and that's with evidence of mineral potential. It does not differentiate, for example, between high, medium, and low potential. You can see that the vast majority of the Kivalliq region, in particular on the mainland, is identified as having evidence for mineral potential. All of these areas are included in the draft plan as valued components for consideration. On top of the lighter orange colored areas are a darker orange set of areas with existing mineral rights being shown. I'll note that we'll talk more extensively about existing mineral rights in Chapter 6, but here on this slide I just want to note that both the areas with evidence for mineral potential as well as the existing mineral rights layers have been considered throughout the development of the land use plan and are analyzed and considered in the potential for non-renewable resources, transportation, and linear infrastructure subsections within the options and recommendations document for each topic. I'd also like to recognize the recent submissions from the Kivalliq Inuit Association that have provided much more detailed mapping of mineral potential for the Kivalliq region. This is fantastic information for the Commission to consider, and we greatly appreciate the Kivalliq Inuit Association's efforts to provide comprehensive recommendations and submissions on the 2021 draft plan. That information is, of course, not reflected on these slides, as it was not considered as part of the development of the land use plan, but that information will be given full consideration moving forward. The right-hand slide identifies oil and gas exploration and production. We'll note that in the past there has been some interest and potential in oil and gas exploration here in the Kivalliq region. The Commission did not receive, again, detailed information on oil and gas potential across the territory. We do, of course, recognize the current moratorium on oil and gas exploration and production in the Canadian Arctic, and do note that there remains to be a handful of what are known as significant discovery licenses for oil and gas. These are all held in the high Arctic in the Sverdrup Basin, northwest of Resolute Bay and Grise Fjord. These specific locations with existing rights are included in the draft plan as valued components for consideration. Moving on to slide 53, which deals with terrestrial transportation and communications. I'll first note that the draft plan has taken a variety of approaches to terrestrial linear infrastructure, and I'll also note we use the term linear infrastructure to refer to things like all-weather roads, transmission lines, pipelines, railways, anything long and straight in nature. In general, a number of existing and proposed linear infrastructure projects are identified as valued components in the draft plan. However, there are a few exceptions, notably infrastructure associated with the Mary River project, and also, most importantly for today's hearing, on the right-hand side, you see the Kivalliq to Manitoba linear infrastructure corridor. Throughout the planning process, there has been a great deal of discussion on the development and construction of roads and communications lines and other linear infrastructure. In the 2021 draft, the Commission has proposed a new approach in this planning process to identify, in particular, the Kivalliq to Manitoba corridor as a limited use area. And the intent of this limited use area is to protect for and provide for the future development of the corridor as a location for the siting of this type of infrastructure. The Commission also recognizes that this important corridor has been identified for many years as having potential to provide benefits to the region. and through our consultations with communities, was also generally supported by the communities as being supportive of future development in the region, even though it overlaps with some important values that have been identified, most notably perhaps being an overlap with primarily caribou post-calving areas along the coast. So in this instance, the Commission chose to have the corridor designation override other designations assigned through the land use plan. So that example of caribou post-calving areas, which would prohibit the construction of linear infrastructure, the Commission has chosen to give precedence to this particular infrastructure proposal and allow that to, or have that be supported by the land use plan itself. There are also some different considerations as to the width and the extent of this corridor. I'll note here that the Commission has relied on the best available information it had access to when drafting the plan in late 2020 and early 2021. Some participants have indicated that this may have been refined in the intervening years, and the Commission would welcome any additional submissions on the most reliable routing for this proposed project. There has been a great deal of discussion already through written submissions about this approach in the 2021 draft plan. Some participants appreciate its inclusion in the draft plan, but recommend the draft plan provides additional certainty on the construction of linkages into the corridor from other projects, for example. Other participants have expressed concern with this potential linear infrastructure project causing harm to the wildlife or habitats or areas that have been identified for different values and are concerned about its future development. The Commission appreciates all of the feedback on the draft plan, and on this topic in particular, we look forward to hearing further discussion and recommendations from participants as to how best to incorporate this known transportation and linear infrastructure potential into a workable and supportable Nunavut land use plan. In addition to the areas identified in the draft plan, again, the Commission would like to recognize the diligent efforts of the Kivalliq Inuit Association to identify areas included in the Nunavut Agreement for transportation potential as well, including right-of-ways and specific legal requirements that are incorporated into the Nunavut Agreement, and through their recent submissions have helpfully identified the locations of these rights that are included under the Nunavut Agreement. Again, we have not incorporated those additional areas into any of our mapping, or of course they were not considered in the draft plan, at the time, as they had not been raised as particular issues of concern for consideration. But we do acknowledge the identification of these additional areas and commit to giving them full consideration when revising the draft plan following the close of the record in January. Moving to the marine environment, we'll show this map of marine shipping corridors. These are draft areas identified through federal program, working with the Transport Canada, and the Canadian Coast Guard, for example, and their planning partners to identify northern marine transportation corridors generally. This information is in draft form and was submitted to the Commission for consideration, but it was accompanied with a clear recommendation not to include the information directly into the land use plan itself. So at this time, we note that these draft shipping corridors and record of current and past use were considered by commissioners when making decisions about measures in the land use plan affecting shipping, but they are not included in the draft plan, even as a valued component, as most of the other geographic information has been throughout this presentation. The final topic of Chapter 5 on encouraging sustainable economic development deals with commercial fishing areas. The left-hand slide shows areas identified for Arctic char. The gray shaded areas, including large portions of the Kivalliq coastline, are included as areas of Arctic char abundance. Again, this is just information on relative distribution of char within the territory, and the Commission has identified these gray shaded areas as valued components. In addition, this map includes a large number of dark points, and these points show the locations of water bodies identified through the fisheries regulations as having commercial quotas established on them. So that does not mean they are currently commercially fished or in fact have ever been commercially fished, but it does give an indication of water bodies, notably lakes and streams, that do have the potential for commercial fishing. All of these points, again, are identified as valued components for consideration by project proponents and other regulatory authorities. The right-hand side of this slide shows areas of importance for turbot fishing, all of this being in the Kitaluk region, and I will just note that in passing that they are also addressed in the draft plan. So that concludes Chapter 5 on encouraging sustainable economic development. We talked about mineral exploration and production simply being identified here as valued components, but very importantly, the existing mineral rights discussion we'll get to momentarily in Chapter 6. We also identified key areas of discussion around terrestrial linear infrastructure development, in particular discussions surrounding how the draft plan should consider and incorporate the Kivalliq to Manitoba corridor that is subject to ongoing consideration and evaluation. So the final chapter of the draft Nunavut Land Use Plan is an implementation strategy. So this is a requirement of the Nunavut Agreement to provide a plan or guidance for how the plan will be used following its approval. There are a number of important details in this chapter, but I'd just like to highlight a few key areas for consideration this week. The first is to again reiterate that the Nunavut Land Use Plan will not apply to subsistence land use or the harvesting of wildlife. So if there are any, things like setbacks or seasonal restrictions, community use is not a project under Nunavut's regulatory system and would not at all be subject to any of these plan requirements. The next point is that the draft plan includes, for limited use areas, specific lists of prohibited activities that are being proposed. It's important to note that if an activity is not listed as being prohibited or subject to any other plan requirements that may be applicable in the area, it's considered to conform to the plan or be supported by the plan. We would pass these project proposals on to other regulatory authorities. So I had given the example of a military training exercise earlier this morning. That's not listed as being prohibited anywhere. Therefore, it would be permitted everywhere, subject to any other plan requirements, such as those seasonal restrictions that I had mentioned. A final point of clarification here is that the construction of seasonal or winter roads would be authorized by the land use plan in all areas. So many limited use areas prohibit the development of linear infrastructure, but linear infrastructure under the draft plan in Appendix B is defined to not include seasonal or winter roads. So that's an important distinction, that if there is a project under the draft plan that requires access to or through a limited use area, the way the plan is currently drafted, that could be achieved with a winter or seasonal road. The next section deals with existing mineral rights that I've been foreshadowing throughout the discussion. This is an important aspect of how the draft plan works. There have been many submissions and many questions, both written questions as well as oral questions through our discussions over the last year surrounding this topic. So I'd like to take a bit of time today to outline the approach that's included in the draft plan to ensure we're all on the same page before our discussions really begin this week. It's important to note that mineral exploration, unlike many other types of activities, occurs in many distinct stages. As we know, during early stages of exploration, no proponent is able to go out on the land and propose a full-blown mining operation. It takes a lot of time and effort and research in order to identify the resource, the deposit, and how that, and develop a plan for how that could be extracted. An important factor is that when changes are made to projects, what's known in the legislation as a significant modification or a major change to a project, a new review by the Nunavut Planning Commission is required. So the Commission is aware and appreciates that significant investments have been made in many areas across the territory that are proposed as limited use areas in the 2021 draft plan that would prohibit these types of activities. So in recognition of those investments and to support economic development in the territory, the 2021 draft plan proposes a new approach for addressing this concern. Under the current draft, projects with existing rights in limited use areas would be exempt from any prohibitions on mineral exploration and development when they undergo a significant change or a modification that would require a new review by the NPC. And all of these projects are identified in Appendix A of the draft plan. So in this case, the Commission is required to review all significant modifications or major changes to projects that are already underway. If those activities are occurring in a limited use area and are identified in Appendix A, when Commission staff receive that proposal and it's demonstrated that this change is associated with a project that is listed in Appendix A, the Commission would exempt them from that part of the land use plan that prohibits the activity, but the remainder of the land use plan would still apply. So if there are setback requirements or seasonal restrictions or any other plan requirements, that would continue to apply to these modified projects as they continue to advance in their goal of extracting these resources. Now, there were many questions about how the Commission identified the projects with existing rights for inclusion in Appendix A. So this has been issued multiple times in question and answer documents, but I will highlight the selection criteria used by the Commission when preparing the 2021 draft plan. The first step is that we downloaded all mineral rights data from both the Government of Canada as well as from Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated, who issues mineral rights on Inuit-owned land subsurface parcels. This data was taken from the spring of 2021, so any new mineral rights that have been issued since that time are explicitly not included in this draft. We then selected only active projects. So some projects are long since expired and the rights have been relinquished. Those were removed. There are other categories of projects, including suspended claims and rights. The Commission also chose to remove those suspended mineral rights from this list. Following that, we selected only those rights that overlap with proposed limited use designations in the 2021 draft that would prohibit mineral exploration and development. So Appendix A is not meant to be a comprehensive overview of existing rights in the territory, but only those that fall within the proposed limited use designations in the draft plan. Then finally, a handful of additional projects were removed by only selecting projects that had been previously reviewed and approved by the Nunavut regulatory system. So in this case, some projects with existing rights were removed because they had been reviewed and not approved by Nunavut's regulatory system, and some were removed because although the company had obtained mineral rights, they had not yet initiated a project on the lands that had been submitted to Nunavut's regulatory system. So it's important to note that all of these criteria reflect conscious choices that the Commission made to populate this list. And there have been many comments from participants identifying projects that are not included in this list. And we believe that those discrepancies can be accounted for by these selection criteria. We have asked during the previous public hearing last week in Cambridge Bay for the Government of Canada to provide a summary and analysis of comparing the projects currently included in the draft land use plan to their current recommendations for the inclusion of all mineral rights in Appendix A within limited use areas. And we look forward to receiving that additional information for consideration. Slide 60 shows a snapshot of Appendix A with existing rights shown. I'll be showing another map shortly with Map A and the existing rights overlaid on top of it. But in this map, you can see that there are a large number of existing mineral rights within the Kivalliq region that overlap with these proposed limited use designations. Effectively, in the draft plan, those year-round prohibitions that we talk about being associated with limited use areas would not apply within these orange shaded areas currently on the screen and shown in Appendix A. This is an important aspect of the draft plan, and the Commission has heard a variety of perspectives on the appropriateness of this approach. Some participants are concerned that the exemption of these projects with existing rights from prohibitions will compromise the integrity of the values that the draft plan identifies and attempts to manage, while other participants believe this approach does not go far enough and has identified concerns in particular regarding associated linear infrastructure. So although the existing rights are preserved through the exemption from prohibitions in this draft, if associated roads or power lines would be required to pass through surrounding limited use areas, plan amendment would be required in order to authorize those associated uses. And many participants have said the draft plan should explicitly provide for the construction of associated linear infrastructure. There have also been concerns noted around the ability of these existing project proposals to expand their geographic area. So, of course, they can scale up the intensity of activities on those existing rights to go from exploration to a bulk sample to an operating mine. But again, a plan amendment would be required to expand further into any surrounding limited use areas, and some participants are concerned about this. So again, the Commission appreciates the diversity of views that have been expressed to date in this consultation process and looks forward to additional comments and potential solutions on how the plan can be revised to provide for an acceptable and supportable Nunavut land use plan. The final topic in this particular chapter deals with the ability to change the land use plan over time. The Commission has long noted, and land use planning in general supports the concept of a land use plan being a living document. So this means it is intended to change and evolve over time to respond to changing circumstances, priorities, and available information. This distinguishes land use planning and the Nunavut land use plan from other types of land use management, including things like conservation area and park planning. The first and simplest way to modify or change the plan is what's known as a minor variance. This is a small change to a plan requirement, such as a setback or a seasonal restriction. So if there's a requirement to stay a certain distance away from a sensitive feature, but for whatever reason a proponent wishes to reduce that setback or reduce a seasonal closure, the proponent is able to ask for this minor variance, and through a brief public process, the Commission can post notice of the proposed minor variance, request comments objecting to the granting of this variance, and then issue a decision under a very short time frame. Now, this is provided for in legislation, which provides a 10-day commenting window that can be extended at the request of the Commission or another participant. But it's intended to be a small change and would not be appropriate for a larger change to the plan. For example, some participants have requested that minor variances be used to allow prohibited use within a limited use area, and the Commission has long identified that as not being an appropriate use of a minor variance process under recognized land use planning processes. If there's a more significant change or a major variance perhaps, a plan amendment is the appropriate tool for the Commission to consider these proposals. So any person, any proponent, any organization, or even the commission itself can propose a plan amendment at any time. So if a proponent is conducting activities and want to conduct a project that is not supported by the land use plan, they can propose a plan amendment to authorize that use. So I gave the example of, expanding into a limited use area. That's not something that would be considered in a 10-day public review. That would require a more comprehensive public review conducted by the Commission with input from any affected participants. And it would also require submission to the signatory parties to the land use plan itself. Of course, the Government of Canada, the Government of Nunavut, and Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated. In addition to project-associated uses that proponents may propose, new information can always be relied on to request a plan amendment. The land use plan itself notes that new information or new priorities need to accompany a proposed plan amendment. So if a land use plan gets approved that someone doesn't agree with, the Commission won't immediately turn around and reconsider the same information it has just evaluated and approved. But if new information becomes available, as it always does, then that is an example of where a plan amendment could be used to update the plan to reflect the latest information, priorities, or circumstances. I've used the example of a new drinking water supply being identified. So if a community identifies a secondary drinking water supply 2 years after the approval of the land use plan, that community could bring forward a proposed plan amendment to include measures that extend beyond their municipal boundary, for example. In addition to ongoing minor variances or plan amendments, the plan must also be periodically or from time to time reviewed in its entirety. So this is, again, common planning practice and is required under the Nunavut Agreement and the Nunavut Planning and Project Assessment Act, but there is no firm timeline included in these foundational documents. The Commission has heard from participants over the years an interest in having certainty on when these periodic reviews will be conducted in order to ensure the plan is responsive to latest circumstances and information. So this 2021 draft plan has included a new proposal by the Commission to begin a complete review of the draft plan within 7 years after its approval, and to complete that review within 10 years following the date of the plan's initial approval. The Commission feels this will provide the requested certainty from participants as to when this periodic review will be conducted, and will also provide commissioners, commission staff, and our funding partners advance notice as to when this additional effort will be required to be conducted. So I'll note that this is meant to be a complete review of the land use plan going back to those 2007 broad planning policies, objectives, and goals that I keep referring to as being the foundation of this planning process. So through those various tools, the Commission intends to have the land use plan change over time as required. I'll just quickly skip to slide 64, which is an overview of the land use designations in the Kivalliq region. It's a little hard to see, but overlaid on top of these designations in a black outline are those projects with existing rights. On the mainland of Nunavut, in the Kivalliq region, of course, there's a large number of red limited use designations associated with different caribou habitats, largely calving and post-calving, but also a number of caribou freshwater crossings. Out on Southampton Island, you can see some of those essential char fishing rivers as lines moving towards the interior of the island, as well as some whale calving areas, walrus haulouts, and things of that nature. On this map, it's a little hard to see, but the Kivalliq to Manitoba transportation and linear infrastructure corridor you can see coming out to the south, moving north of 60 to the community of Okviet. And you can also see it coming out, approaching Baker Lake. A little bit difficult to see how that moves through the territory. Again, you can see more detail on the supporting maps hung on the wall here in the room. I'd also like to take this time to note that we do have an online interactive map. So if you do have access to a computer and a decent internet connection, you are able to zoom in and see all of these layers and bits of information at a better scale, and you can click on the areas and learn more about what the values that have been identified and what the proposed management is for these areas. We do fully appreciate the difficulty of working at a territory-wide scale when the territory is so vast. I'll also note here that there have been a number of general concerns identified by participants about the geographic boundaries used in the Nunavut Land Use Plan. I'll note that we do have specific sections within the options and recommendations document for defining geographic boundaries, where you can learn more about where the information came from and how it was prepared. If it's not included there at the level of detail you require, feel free to contact staff for more information. One of the concerns is related to the scale at which these different data sets were compiled. So everyone does their mapping at a different scale and different level of precision. The Commission has relied on the information provided to it for most of these data sets and has not taken too many steps to modify these data sets that have been provided. However, there is a concern that you can't see at this scale regarding the scale at which everything has been mapped that strongly comes to light looking at coastal areas, for example. So if there are caribou habitats that are meant to be terrestrial and there are whale habitats that are meant to be marine, when you line these data sets up, they don't have the same coastline for the mapping. So you get these strange small overlaps. And that's an example of some of the ongoing work Commission staff are doing to attempt to unify all of these data sets under one common scale at the best available information we have across the entire territory for coastal mapping. So There have often been concerns expressed about boundary identification. In summary, we are relying on the information provided to the Commission, but are taking some steps to address the coastal mapping issues in particular by applying a consistent scale to coastline mapping in particular. Just jumping back to slide 67, there is an overview of more detailed area calculations. So we noted at the start in Chapter 1 that, for example, 65% of the territory was included as mixed use, 9% as conditional use, 22% as limited use, and 3% within national parks or other areas where the plan does not apply. Recognizing the importance placed on these calculations by many participants in the process, the Commission chose to release this more detailed series of area calculations through a questions and answers document for reference by all participants. We've included this slide in all of our presentations here for these public hearings. I'll draw your attention to the regional distributions that occur. So here in the Kivalliq region, you can see that limited use, for example, in terrestrial areas is 29%, while in the marine environment is only 2%, for example. Looking at mineral rights here in the Kivalliq region, across all regions, there's a high of existing mineral rights being included in limited use areas. So 54% of all existing mineral rights in the Kivalliq region fall within proposed limited use areas. Again, the vast majority of these existing rights are identified in Appendix A, where the proposed land use prohibitions would be exempt, but nonetheless, these numbers can be informative for considering comments on this draft plan. Moving down into the bottom section of this table, we see Inuit-owned lands broken down for subsurface, I'll start with surface lands within the Kivalliq. We have 43% of Inuit-owned lands are in mixed use, 10% in conditional use, and 45% are in limited use. When we move to subsurface lands, there's a number that has been highlighted by submissions appropriate here in this region, where Kivalliq subsurface parcels that the Commission understands were largely selected for their mineral potential. 43% of those lands are within a mixed-use designation, where all uses would be permitted, and 56 or 57% are within a limited-use designation, which would prohibit mineral exploration and production. As we've noted, some of those are currently subject to existing rights and would be exempt from prohibitions on mineral exploration and production, but that number has certainly caused some concern in the region, and we have received those comments, and all of this feedback will, of course, be given full consideration by commissioners following the close of the record, and we very much look forward to productive discussions here this week on how to move forward with this draft plan towards an approved document. So the remainder of the slides cover other regions, but I'll skip over those, and I think at this time we can open it up to questions, but I'll turn it back over to our chair. Thank you.
Sean Lester, Vice Chair, Acting Chair. Couple things before we go forward. We've now heard the presentation by the Nunavut Planning Commission staff. And the reason I said Nunavut Planning Commission is we are trying very hard not to use acronyms to help out the interpreter translators. So I'll just put that on the table. Please help us out. I just wanted to say thank you for all the quietness, no phones, no ringing. Please keep it up. And the presentation was from the Nunavut Planning Commission, so we ask that the questions that are coming be kept directly related to clarifications or specifics on the Nunavut Planning land use plan or the process. I know there are a lot of other important issues, but today we're specifically looking at the land use plan and the process. And we will follow this process going forward. Most presentations we will start with questions from the staff, then we will move to the people at the table, the community delegates, then we will move to the back for the registered participants, and then if there are public that would like to ask, that will be the order that we will follow for this whole process. The next step I'd like to bring up is this entire process is being transcribed. So that's why you hear me say my name over and over and over again. It's so that the transcriber knows who's speaking. So we would ask that when you ask a question, that you state your name, the organization you represent, and work very hard at speaking at a pace that the translator interpreters can keep up with, which I have to work at. So we will open the floor first to the community delegates. If you would have a question, raise your hand. We'll make notes as to the order of hand, and we will try and keep up with it. And then we'll go one by one. Any questions from the community delegates? Richard? Sean Lester, Vice Chair, Acting Chair. One more thing I forgot. For these questions, there will be a mobile mic, and Beth will be coming around, which she just did. And when we get questions from the back, there is a stationary mic that you can go to. Please go ahead, Richard.
Richard Yaksani, Big Lake Hunters and Trappers. My question, we've seen different versions of the hydrofiber lines. Is there any chance that the same dataset can be used between Kivalliq Association and Nunavut Planning Commission?
Sean Lester, Vice Chair, Acting Chair. Thank you, Richard. Jonathan, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you, Richard, for the question today. Very much we would like to be using the same data sets for the fiber line and the overall concept of a corridor. There have been a couple questions just on the sidelines this morning about where our information came from and is it the most up-to-date. And while I don't right now have an exact date for when the corridor used in the draft plan came from, it is very much an older dated version that I believe came from like the early 2000s. And as work is ongoing to refine the location of this infrastructure, the Commission encourages and welcomes the submission of more up-to-date mapping for this corridor in particular. So we do recognize that it is not necessarily the most up-to-date version, and my understanding is that the holders of more detailed information will be providing submissions so that we can make the necessary updates. Thank you.
Any follow-up, Richard?
Thank you, Richard Aksani, Baker Lake Hunters and Trappers. I got two additional questions. And because this will have to be changed, can Kiwalakinu Association and Nunavut Planning Commission commit to working with the Baker Lake Hunters and Trappers to make these changes?
Sharon, please answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sharon Ahalawak, Executive Director of the Nunavut Planning Commission. Richard, thank you for the question. The Commission looks to delegates and organizations to provide the information and submissions with options and solutions, and the Commission is committed to continuing communications for clarifications, and we respectfully ask all organizations, including the Baker Lake Hunters and Trappers and the Kivalliq Inuit Association, to collectively, if you have an opportunity to provide a collective solution to the Commission, it makes the choices for the commissioners that much easier. And also, individually, if you want to do a follow-up submission, that is the point of having these public hearings, to talk about the current draft and the suggested changes that should take place for the next version to go forward for the signatory parties' review. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Richard.
I forgot last time. Sean Lester, Vice Chair, Acting Chair. I believe Richard has one more question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Richard Aksani, Baker Lake Hunters and Trappers. Is the land selection process available to be used in this land use process? Is my final question. Next about that.
Okay. Sean Lester, Acting Chair. Sharon will answer that one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Richard. Can you clarify your reference to land selections, what you mean, so we can have a clear understanding to answer your question? Thank you.
Go ahead, Richard.
Right now, Richard Aksang, Baker Lake Hunters and Trappers. I guess my point is we've seen different versions of the land use process prior to this hearing here today. So I'm just trying to find out if the process will be used. Since we followed the Kivalliq land use plan and being a final hearing today for the land use, that's why I just wanted clarification if that data set will be utilized. I don't know if that answers your question.
Sean Lester, Vice Chair. Thank you, Richard. Sharon?
Thank you, Richard. Just for further clarification, so we have a clear understanding, are you asking the submissions that Baker Lake has provided, that they be considered for the incorporation in the updated version? That is that's the question? Yes, all submissions that are submitted up to the date of the closing record of January 10th will be considered in the new draft version. So, as I said earlier, how, when, where, your land identification uses, all of those submissions will be considered. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sean Lester, Vice Chair. Thank you for the questions. Thank you for the answers. Alex?
Alex Isaluk with Hunters and Trappers. Thank you, Jonathan, for the presentation. My question will be for clarification on permitted use versus the colored maps. I just need clarification on the red, light yellow, white, and green. Thank you.
Sean Lester, Vice Chair. Jonathan?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you, Alex, for the question. So just to review, on Map A, which is the land use designations overview map, the red areas are limited use designations that are the most restrictive type of designation with, again, the year-round prohibition on activities. They can also have other types of plan requirements included as well, but in general, those are the most restrictive, again, shown in red. The yellow or orange areas are conditional use areas where there are no prohibited uses, but there can be things like seasonal restrictions or setbacks that land users would need to follow. The lighter shaded areas are the mixed use areas where all uses would be permitted. And then finally, the green areas show established parks and areas where the land use plan does not apply. So within these areas, the Commission would not receive a project proposal. There are no plan requirements in these areas as the NPC does not have jurisdiction. Thank you.
Sean Lester, Vice Chair. Thank you, Jonathan. Good. Any other questions? We'll go to Kevin first, and then Paula is on deck. Please go ahead, Kevin.
Thank you. Kevin Kalwa of the Hunters and Trappers organization, and thank you for the presentation. And we noticed that in the slide, I believe slide 42, there were sea ice road. And we noticed back in July that Avet was the only community that did not have lines drawn on the sea ice we use to travel to communities north or even south to Manitoba and the area. And I consulted with Avet Hamlet representatives, and we agreed that we will have Alex, and he agreed that he will draw so that we see a sea ice road from Avet to Wilco, and then Avet to the Churchill, Manitoba Nunavut border, just so that there are lines drawn on the sea ice. That is the first question.
Sean Lester, Vice Chair. Jonathan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you, Kevin, for identifying that. Yeah, that is certainly a known gap in the 2021 draft plan, and we'd be appreciative of any submissions from your community to identify these areas. And when revising the plan in the new year, the Commission will give full consideration to all submissions, including any mapped information you're able to provide. So thank you for flagging that, and we look forward to receiving that mapped information. Thank you very much.
Sean Lester, Vice Chair. Kevin, I believe you have a follow-up question. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Kevin Kalong from Avet HTO. There were a couple more follow-ups I wanted to ask. The second one is during the presentation, you mentioned that the Avet HTO regarding the Caribou crossing with the 10-kilometer buffer request, and that it was reduced to the 2 to 3 kilometer. Right? Is that correct?
Jonathan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you again, Kevin. So just to clarify, the 2021 draft plan includes a 10-kilometer buffer around Caribou freshwater crossings, including those additional ones previously identified by the Aqviet Hunters and Trappers organization. I mentioned that some participants in the planning process have recommended that 10-kilometer buffer be reduced to 5 kilometers, and others have recommended it be reduced to 2 to 3 kilometers. So we just want to identify that for participants, and we'll be looking forward to your feedback on whether you believe 10 kilometers is appropriate, or if it could be reduced to 5 or 3 or 2 or anything else. So that is up for discussion, and we look forward to your feedback during your presentation tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Sean Lester, Vice Chair. Kevin, I believe you have another one?
Yes, Kevin Kalong of the Aqviet Hunters and Trappers organization. And this chapter 4, slide 39, regarding Dene-Sulin areas of asserted title claim. there might have been community consultations, visits to Alvet regarding this, but I wasn't actively participating, but it's quite new to me, and I think to most Alvet, and I believe we need more details explained to Alvet. Are there going to be changes to any borderlines? Are we going to lose ground, or not just in here, but Alvet will, I believe, need to hear more details with regards to these Denise-Saline areas of asserted interest. Thank you.
Sean Lester, Vice Chair. Thank you, Kevin, for the question. Jonathan?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Savoy again with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you for your further question. I guess I'd first like to note that the Nunavut Planning Commission is certainly aware of the ongoing negotiations, but we are not a part of them. So we understand negotiations have been ongoing for quite some time and are advancing and continue to progress. But at this point, the draft plan identifies the areas as valued components for consideration. And I do note that a number of organizations here with us today, including, of course, the Government of Canada, the Government of Nunavut, and the Kivalliq Inuit Association, as well as NTI, have more direct involvement in those discussions, and perhaps outside of this, the actual hearing, may be able to find more about the current status and the implications of those discussions. So at the Commission, we don't have a role in those negotiations. I mentioned we may, or we're expecting to have alternate commissioners appointed, but that process hasn't concluded yet. So we're awaiting the results of those discussions as well. Thank you.
Sean Lester, Vice Chair. Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you for the questions, Kevin. Paula, please ask your questions. Thanks.
Paula Kigueli-Hewson, Hamlet of Baker Lake. Thank you, Jonathan, for your presentation. I have a few questions. I understand the part where you talk about type of designation, limited use, conditional use, mixed use. Then you move on to valued components, socioeconomic or ecosystem components. How do those fit into these maps? Some of them don't show limited use or conditional use. I'm getting myself a little mixed up, maybe because I'm tired now. What are the implications for these valued components that you talked about?
Sean Lester, Vice Chair. Thank you for the question, Paula. Jonathan?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you very much, Paula, for your question. Appreciating that in the slide presentations, it's often hard to tell which is a land use designation shown on map A and which are valued components. So we do struggle with the number of slides we need to include here and the clarity of them. I would note that at the back of the actual land use plan document itself, all of the valued components are included. So there's a series of 8.5 by 11 inset maps. Those represent all of the valued components. And then inset At the very back of the plan are, of course, the poster-sized maps which show the land use designations. So just to clarify, the land use designations, so the poster-sized maps, include areas that have specific plan requirements. So if there's a setback, a seasonal restriction, or a prohibited use, the areas in which they apply are shown on map A, and those are the colorful maps on the wall and folded up at the back of the land use plan. All of the other information, of which there's more than what appears on map A, are collectively shown on map B. And again, I've noted it becomes challenging to sift through all of this information that the Commission has collected. We talked about even the community priority areas number in the thousands. It's hard to even sift through that piece of information, let alone all of the other components. But when you see in map B things like caribou rutting areas as a valued component, that means it's not included on map A with a hard or a specific plan requirement, but collectively all of those valued components would be identified to a project proponent when they go onto our system. So through our online application system, a project proponent would draw an area or upload an area where they want to conduct work in. The system would then sift through all of these layers and present them with a summary of what values overlap with their project proposal. So it would also identify the plan requirements. So if it says you can't operate in July, it would tell the proponent that. But then it would also flag, well, maybe you're in a caribou rutting area. Maybe you're in the community of Baker Lake's drinking water supply, because that's identified as a valued component. And the proponent would be required to identify at a very general level any anticipated impacts on those valued components. So they would need to say, well, maybe I'm not operating during rutting season, so I won't have any impact on caribou during the rut. And maybe I won't be depositing any waste, and I don't have any hazardous materials, and I won't have an impact on Baker Lake's community drinking water supply. They would need to identify just at a high level those types of comments, and then when we forward that proposal off to other regulatory authorities, they would get that summary. Okay, it's in a caribou rutting area, and the proponent is saying they're not operating during that season. And it's in Baker Lake's drinking water supply. Apologies to the translators. So that information would be handed on to other regulatory authorities if that went to the Nunavut Impact Review Board or the Nunavut Water Board or the KIA because it was on Crown land. That again becomes a foundational part of information for them to begin their review. Then there's a separate requirement for annual reporting, which I didn't mention in the overview presentation, but the draft plan includes a new proposal for project proponents to submit, again, a very high-level annual report to the Commission that would need to be linked back to these valued components. So they could say, we didn't operate during caribou rutting season, and we didn't, deposit any waste or have any impact on, again, in this very simplified example. So by flagging these valued components in addition to the more firm plan requirements, the Commission hopes to retain the value of all the information that has been collected over the years and inject that information into Nunavut's regulatory system to ensure that that projects operate in a responsible manner. So again, apologies to the interpreters. I'll try and slow down in responding to questions, but I hope that helps. Thanks.
Sean Lister, Vice Chair. Thank you for the question. Thank you for the answer. Paula, I believe you have another one? Okay.
Paula Kigiwelikiusen, thank you. Are you? No, your title.
Vice Chair.
Vice Chair, sorry. Vice Chair Sean Lester, and thank you, Jonathan, for your answer. My next one it's on slide 50 of your presentation regarding alternate energy sources. And you said that it was a desktop activity by Kuluk Energy Corporation. My question is, did Kuluk Energy Corporation come to the community and ask the community if they're in favor of this or not? Or how many times did they come to the community? Thank you. And then I have one more after that.
Sean Lester, Vice Chair, thank you for the question. Jonathan, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Savoy, again from the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you, Paula, for the additional question. As the NPC did not conduct the work and it was done some number of years ago, the exact details escape me off the top of my head, but I believe it was, as I described, a desktop exercise based on the topography and elevation and the potential for situating hydroelectric infrastructure at these locations. I don't believe in the Kivalliq that ever got to the level of consultation or engagement with communities as to whether development of these locations was appropriate. And again, I mentioned that in previous versions of the plan, there were much stronger protections put in place to ensure that these could be developed in the future. And during our consultations, including previous consultations in Baker Lake, there were numerous concerns expressed by community members about the potential development of these sites. And through the consultation record, there was in fact no support for including, no expressed support for including these as, conditional use areas or limited use areas. So in response to that, the Commission did identify these areas as valued components in this draft plan compared to more stringent designations in previous drafts. Thank you.
Sean Lester, Vice Chair. Thank you, Jonathan. I believe Sharon would like to add to that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Paula. Just for clarification, the Commission can't speak to other organizations' consultation processes as and when they are done, but the Commission does respect all submissions that all organizations provide, and the information that you see are based on the data sets and the submissions that have been given, if that provides you any further clarification. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Sean Lester, Vice Chair. I just had a little note. Let's try and stay away from the acronyms and go with the full wording. And Paula has one more question. Go ahead, Paula.
Paula Kigiwelikiusen, Hamlet of Baker Lake. Thank you, Vice Chair Sean Lester. My question is, how are the submissions weighted for the land use plan? And how has this affected the draft? And then the review, and then this final plan that will eventually be signed by the signatories of Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated, Government of Canada, Government of Nunavut. How are submissions weighted? That's my question.
Sean Lester, Vice Chair. Thank you for the question, Paula. Sharon will give you the answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sharon Ahalawak, Executive Director of the Nunavut Planning Commission. The Commission authority and guidance and mandate comes from the Nunavut Agreement and the Nunavut Planning and Project Assessment Act. The Nunavut Agreement outlines where the Commission must give great weight and to the priority areas. And I will ask if Mr. Savoy would like to add any additional comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Sean Lester, Vice Chair. Jonathan, would you like to add to that?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Sharon, for those comments as well. Just to expand a little bit, the Commission has attempted to make its considerations and rationale as transparent as possible in the options and recommendations document. And it's important to note that in land use planning there is no formula for coming up with a preferred recommendation. The Commission is obligated to give full consideration to all input received and consider that. In terms of weighting specifically, the Nunavut Agreement does require that the Commission give great weight to the views of communities. So that is an important requirement of the agreement. At the end of the day, the land use plan does need to be approved by the Government of Canada, the Government of Nunavut, as well as Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated. So there's no particular wording in the agreement as to the weighting of their views, but it is reasonable to assume that the Commission would take a close look at the views of the signatories. All of that being said, again, all participants' views are very much valued by the Commission. It's all given full consideration, and there is no specific weighting or formula to the evaluation of the different recommendations, but the Commission does keep in mind very much the requirement to give full consideration to, or great weight to the views of communities, as well as signatories and landowners within the territory. Thank you.
Sean Lester, Vice Chair, thank you very much for that. We'll switch to the other side of the table, and Willie had his hand up earlier. Go ahead, Willie.
Willie Nakulak, Hamlet of Coral Harbor. Inutito kumandama.
I will speak in Inuktitut.
Inutitut. Apakanyama.
I have a question. The presentation you had, Jonathan, I will ask you first.
Sean Lester, Vice Chair, Okay, we had a little glitch on hearing the translation. Could you please repeat your question?
How long did you guys pick these, the one that we were watching? Are they from 2014 or 2016?
Sean Lester, Vice Chair, thank you for the question. Jonathan, would you like to go ahead?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
And thank you, Lily, for the question. The presentation reflects the 2021 version of the draft plan. However, it's important to note a lot of the information included within the slides is being carried over from previous versions of the draft plan as well. But all of these maps and information is reflective of the 2021 draft that we're here this week to discuss. Thank you.
Sean Lester, Vice Chair. I believe Willie has another question. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Jonathan. Willie Nakulak from Hamlet of Coral Harbor. I have just to inform the NPC that on the northwest side of the Southampton Island, around the Duguay Bay, every year there's caribous are crossing to the island, or from the island they go to the mainland, because it's always ice up on the north side of the island. Just informing the NPC. Thank you. I got one more question after this.
Sean Lester, Vice Chair. Thank you very much for the comment, Willie. And that will be taken into consideration. Your final question, please go ahead.
Okay, on slide number, Willie Nakulak, Hamlet of Coral Harbor. Thank you, Lester. Slide 55. Just to update, I guess, the NPC that there on the slide 55 there was 2 lakes that were using for commercial fishing, but just to give you an update that there's about 4 lakes now that we use for commercial fishing. That's all. Thank you.
Sean Lester, Vice Chair. Thank you, Willie. We'll take that into consideration. Next was Peter. Please go ahead once you have the mic.
Thank you, Chair. Peter Hamlet of Akbet. Within your presentation, under the existing rights, you showed us documents.
At any time,
and under Plans Amendment requested, that's what you spoke about. And I've heard today what plan amendment are you speaking about? Would that be the community's proposal to amend plans of this document? So you said that it would be presented at what intervals of years? Our HTO in Akbet have many concerns. I think I've heard that their representatives have concerns about calving grounds, terrestrial freshwater. I think you've heard their question and their concerns today to the Planning Commission. And some of your presentation, I think I misunderstood that you spoke about fresh water and huge water reservoirs, watersheds to Baker Lake. I did not understand that. You also mentioned copper mine, Kogloktok watershed, and Baker Lake. Were you combining those two watersheds in your presentation? I thought Kogloktok is an island. I could be mistaken. Or Kogloktok.
And I thought Cambridge is on the island. How can it share fresh water with Baker Dam?
Sean Lester, Vice Chair, thank you for the questions. Peter? Jonathan, would you like to go ahead?
Thank you very much, Peter. This is Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Regarding your later comments about the drinking water supplies, apologies for any confusion. I was identifying the community of Baker Lake with the Thalon, as well as the community of Koloktok with the copper mine, as having very large community drinking water supply watersheds. So those are two different areas, but both treated the same in the draft plan compared to other communities that have smaller drinking water supply watersheds. So I hope that clarifies that they were just treated similarly, not that they overlap. And also had, I believe, a question perhaps about plan amendments, but I'm not sure that I got that part of the question. So I hope that helps on the drinking water supplies, and if you could clarify if there was another question, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Sean Lester, Vice Chair. Go ahead, Peter.
Peter,
Hamlet.
I was saying that seems like we are given a deadline until early next year to give our concern to the plan. And if I have heard right from our HTO in Akbet, I believe they have more concern about the calving area and the surface and subsurface of the map. And part of their concern has been set by Kevin already. The routes that are taken by winter time between Manitoba and Rankin Inlet, that area has been set by him already, but the calving area and surface and subsurface, I believe, are some of the concerns they have. And I would like to understand if we have until early next year as a deadline to give our concern. That's what I was asking about.
Sean Lester, Vice Chair. Thank you, Peter. Jonathan?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Apologies again if there was any confusion. I'd just like to note that this plan will be revised following the close of the record on January 10th. So this current draft plan that we're consulting on and discussing here today will be revised by commissioners starting in early January once the record closes. So all of the information being provided through written submissions before the hearing, the oral comments during the hearing, as well as any further written submissions whether that's mapped on-ice travel routes that have been noted, or other submissions, will all be given full consideration. This draft land use plan will be revised in 2023, and the Commission will prepare a recommended land use plan for submission to the Government of Canada, the Government of Nunavut, and Nunavut-Tungavik for their consideration and review. So that process will take place following the completion of these hearings and the close of the record. And that process is not governed by the specific plan amendment process I was referring to in Chapter 6, which would be appropriate following the approval of the plan, when a plan amendment process with a public review and resubmission would be required. But yeah, I just want to clarify that this plan will be revised by commissioners following the close of the record. Thank you very much.
Sean Lester, Vice Chair. Is that good, Peter? Okay, we're getting close to our original planned stopping time, but we're going to keep going. And I believe Paula has a question, and then Eva, and then we'll have to decide whether we come back tonight, depending on what might be following that. Okay, thanks. Go ahead, Paula.
Paula Kigiwili-Cusin, thank you, Vice Chair Sean Lester. My question is to Jonathan Savoy, sort of a follow-up to what you just spoke about. Once the record's closed in January 10th, 2023, do we, as community reps, get to review this prior to the final version? Is that, do we get to say whether we agree with the revised recommended version before it gets stamped and signed? Thank you.
Sean Lester, Vice Chair. Thank you for the question, Paula. Jonathan?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you, Paula, for the follow-up question. So under the Nunavut Agreement and the Nunavut Planning and Project Assessment Act, the Commission is required to complete public hearings on the draft plan, make any revisions that it feels are appropriate, and then is able to submit to the signatory parties for consideration. Under that process, there is no specific opportunity for further broad public consultation and engagement. That draft plan will be made public, and communities and other participants can make their views known, but at that point it's in the hands of Government of Canada, the Government of Nunavut, and Nunavut-Tungavik. They at that point have an opportunity to accept the plan as written, or they're able to reject the draft plan as submitted with written reasons as to why they are rejecting that draft plan. At that time, it comes back to the Commission, and the Commission is able to hold any further public review of the draft plan that it feels is necessary. So if the recommended land use plan is rejected with significant and serious issues, the Commission may then choose to conduct further public engagement and consultation. If the draft plan is rejected and the reasons are
not so significant. They are resolvable in the Commission's view. The Commission is able to then further revise the recommended plan on the basis of the reasons provided by the signatory parties, and then submit a final recommended land use plan for considerations back. But again, that intermediate step would be at the Commission's discretion and would depend on the scope and context of any written reasons for rejection. So the path becomes a little less certain, but there are provisions in the legislations generally outlining the process. But both the Commission's draft plan and any written reasons for rejection would all be made public, and the Commission would take all of the available information into consideration when scoping any appropriate public process that would need to follow before a final recommended plan would be submitted. Thank you.
Sean Lester, Vice Chair. Is that it, Paula? Okay. Thank you. Eva, you had your question?
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I'd like to thank this community for hosting our proceeding. And thank you, NPC, for the invitation to participate. Slide number 60, it says, the planning process you have undertaken the exploration being carried out, oil exploration, and other mineral exploration. Now, once the explorations are successful, during 1994, and you said you were accepted there. Many of us in the community said there's a lot of information lacking. Some of us come in, and sometimes we seem to be forced to agree. People were hyped up and excited when Nunavut Agreement was to be signed. And you also mentioned January 10, 2023, the file will be closed. Mining explorations and other companies seems I did not understand reading all of it. Things progressing appears to be huge for our region to go ahead and continue exploration. For instance, I've heard that uranium exploration is becoming a reality, diamonds. go. South of Baker Lake. And surrounding areas. And because of activities going on around our community, the polar bear, the wildlife appears to be further and further from our communities where it was not before in the past. Our elders, they used to scope out there because the wildlife is so near the vicinity of the community. That's not the case anymore. The wildlife is so far now from the community because of so many activities around the community by various companies. My husband was very fussy hunter. He was very careful in selection of his harvest. And the community, his hunting, harvesting area was where I mentioned earlier. There's a lot of activities proposed for mineral exploration between Baker, Will Cove, and Akbet. There's so much pressure to grant licenses to explore. And it appears that, it's still going on. This is why we are here, to try to come up with and to resolve something. We are there at very margin. Kamanakajoa caribou herd is not around anymore. Rankin mineral exploration mining companies are pretty much in evidence of that. We need assistance. We need to understand about the wildlife in Baker Lake area. The harvesters had to be assisted in what's starting to become lacking. I have many concerns. I'll leave it at that for now to see what the others have to say. We've told that the time is running out for today.
Sean Lester, Vice Chair. Thank you very much for your comment, Eva. Is there any more questions coming from the community participants? I'm just trying to get a gauge for timing. Questions specific to the land use plan would be Paul. Okay, so we've got a few. Okay. Okay, just hold on. We got Paul, Johnny, and Martha have all put their hand up. I don't think we'll be able to take care of it all before 4:30. So we'll start with Paul. We'll see how we do. And, well, it's 4:34. Won't be done before 4:30. So I think we'll hold the questions, if that's okay, and come back at 6, and we'll continue at 6. That will give everybody time for supper, and you will then be able to ask your questions.
Thank you.
So we will break, and we will start at 6. with Paul, then Johnny, then Martha, and then we move into registered, or if there's more questions from the table, we'll do that first, but then we'll move into registered participants and anyone from the public. Thank you very much. future nights, we will be starting at 6 if needed. Good evening. I'm Sean Lester, the Vice Chair, and we're getting ready to get started. A couple things for the evening session. We got so excited with the silence this afternoon on no phones. We'd like you to keep that up. It might be a little harder between 6 and 8 because we want to touch base with family and that, but the quiet was very much appreciated. We are at the process this evening of finishing off questions directly related to the land use plan based on Jonathan's presentation today. So I encourage everyone to ask their questions directly related to that presentation and the land use plan. While I remember it, because I have to remember it for myself about stating name and position or the organization, when you ask your question, please start with your name and who you are representing. For the record, it helps the transcriber do their job the best. Please speak slow enough for the interpreters. It's much appreciated. They do a fantastic job, and we don't want to make a tough job even tougher. And one more quick little reminder, full names, NPC should be Nunavut Planning Commission. It helps with the interpreters as well. So, I'm not going to take any more time. We have the 3 people that had their names on the list for questions are here. So we will start with Paul, then Johnny, then Martha, and then open it up after that. Okay, Paul, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice and John. And thank you to the interpreters. I have a question on, sorry, I forgot to address myself. My name is Pa Angutito. I represent Nauya HDO as chairperson. I have a question on page 38, or slide number 38, on Ocean Shack proposed marine protected areas. This proposed marine protected areas between, or starting from Rankin, goes to Coral Harbor and just south of Nauya. Say if this becomes designated or come into act, will there be small-scale commercial fishing available? That's my question. Thank you.
Sean Lester, Vice Chair. Thank you very much, Paul. Jonathan, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you very much, Paul, for your question. The Oceans Act marine protected areas that are identified in the draft plan are in the early stages of development. This process is being run by the Department of Fisheries and Oceans for establishment under the Oceans Act. So the Nunavut Planning Commission has had relatively little involvement in those initial stages of consideration for these areas. We're not aware of the management approach that may be taken, and that's part of what the development process would lead to. So we can't comment specifically on what may or may not be included within these Oceans Act marine protected areas. But just in passing, I guess I would note that these types of areas in Nunavut often do not include restrictions on small-scale commercial fisheries, but that's just some informed speculation on my part. You'd need to follow up with Fisheries and Oceans and other parties participating in that process to determine what management approaches may be developed through that process. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Do you have a follow-up, Paul? No, you're good? Okay. Johnny will be asking the next question. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Janel Aldana Tnasu Umayuri Kunikatimai.
No, yet HTO, I have a question related to your presentation all day. Page 54, marine cargo routes. I need clarification on your presentation on this subject. I think it started back in 2014, working on the maps, looking at the routes, cargo, marine traffic. I think it has changed since I saw it last time, the marine cargo routes, marine traffic. What kind of traffic do you have between Sanagayak and Igloolik and throughout Baffin Island through Hudson Strait? So why are we imposing restrictions on marine traffic in these areas?
Sean Lester, Vice Chair. Thank you, Johnny. John?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you very much, Johnny, for the question. The marine shipping routes identified on slide 54, as I noted, were provided by the Government of Canada through the Coast Guard, Transport Canada, and partners involved in the establishment of northern marine transportation corridors. These areas, as I mentioned, were submitted to the Commission for their consideration in the development of the draft plan. So we did not have a hand in defining these areas. So I can't answer the specifics of what type of traffic, for example, was recorded, in certain locations on this map. And I'd also note that there are no restrictions on shipping coming from this map itself. There are some proposed restrictions on shipping in the draft plan, including setbacks from things like walrus haulouts or seasonal requirements for things like caribou sea ice crossings or community on ice travel routes. But this information itself was provided for consideration by the Commission and does not form part of the land use plan itself. So maybe I'll stop there, and if there's any further clarification I can provide, I'd be happy to do so. Thank you.
Follow-up, Johnny? Okay.
Thank you, Chair. John Tanaslu, Nauyat HTO. This diagram is new to me. And there are new routes coming in to Nauyat, and this is the only route that I'm aware of where the ships come into my region. Marine traffic seen here, and marine traffic is quite disruptive to the mammals, and it appears that this proposal is quite new to many of us. Transport Canada and government have Nunavut, either one should have give us a notice why this marine traffic it is now. Of course, larger communities, regional centers have all the news. For those of us who are in smaller communities, negligence is that part. We don't receive information as regional centers do. And this is why I brought up this marine traffic. It touches my community greatly. We don't hear news. We don't hear announcements. Community committees are never informed. So, as it is, it's quite alarming when you hear and look at this at the moment's notice without prior knowledge or explanation to us. So your explanation is new to me. You mentioned 2014 and other years. That was the last time I saw a shipping route for marine traffic. And this appears to be a new route. So this is a good information session at this proceeding. So I wanted to know what this is new. I will want to talk to departments and questions about it.
Sean Lester, Vice Chair, thank you very much for that follow-up comment. And before we go to Martha, I'd like to take a moment to recognize that Mayor Tautungi is here. Thank you very much for your community allowing us to hold the meeting and all the help that you and the community have provided. Thank you. Martha, please go ahead with your question.
Page 52 on mineral exploration and production. It looks like most of Nunavut is covered for mineral exploration. are they all approved, and are the appropriate people being informed of these explorations? My first question.
Thank you, Martha. Jonathan?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you, Martha, for the question. On slide 52, I just want to clarify that the lighter orange color are areas with evidence for mineral potential. So that's not all identified with existing rights for different projects. However, the darker orange shaded areas are areas with existing mineral rights in place. So for those smaller, darker shaded areas, there are projects associated with those that are in process. So some of them have been reviewed and approved and are operating. Others are at different stages of the regulatory system. But just to emphasize that most of the Kivalliq mainland is identified in the light orange as areas with evidence for mineral potential or has good possibility of having viable mineral deposits. It's just the darker orange shaded areas that are currently subject to existing rights. Thank you.
Martha, you have a follow-up? Okay.
On page 55, how do we know the area of abundance of fishing is not being affected by the marine shipping, along with the seals and walrus?
Thank you for the question. Jonathan?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you again, Martha, for your second question. The Nunavut Planning Commission has been receiving information on areas of importance for different wildlife, cultural, and economic values. Certainly there are impacts between existing activities and these values that have been identified. So I believe you'd asked, how do we know that there are not impacts from shipping? And the answer is that the Nunavut Land Use Plan and the Nunavut Planning Commission have not necessarily fully considered potential impacts of shipping on fishing, for example. We rely on the submissions of other expert participants, including yourselves as community members, and the impacts that you see on the land or on the water, as well as all of the participants in the planning process. So that subject has not been discussed at much length through this plan development process. So unfortunately, I don't have a very specific answer for you today, but part of this process is to hear about concerns that communities and other participants have regarding potential interactions between human use through project proposals and the different values that have been identified, and provide some guidance where appropriate as to how those uses could be managed through a land use plan. So apologies for a little bit of a roundabout answer, but I think that's probably the best I can do today. So thank you, and be happy for a follow-up if appropriate.
Are you, that's, okay, you're good? Okay. Before we move to the registered participants, I would like to give the table on either side one last chance to, oh, we have a taker. Okay, Paula, is there anyone else right now? And Willie? I want to make sure everybody has their questions asked, so. Okay. So Paula, please.
Paula Kigiwili-Cusin, Hamlet of Baker Lake. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair Sean Lester. Existing rights. I personally have submitted comments as an individual and questions since 2016 and again in 2021 regarding uranium. As an individual, as a Nunavut beneficiary of the community of Baker Lake and Kainangmute and Havakdongmute. In these submissions, I'm giving a background. 3.6 of the Keewatin Regional Land Use Plan is to be approved by the people of the region. Baker Lake set a precedent. We have the Nunavut Agreement because Inuit of Baker Lake did not like what was going on our land, so we have people speaking up to say no and say that it's not right. The federal government was coming and companies were coming to look for minerals and lands without asking Inuit. In the 1990s, Baker Lake said no in a plebiscite vote. Over 90% people said no to uranium mining. A moratorium was set, so no uranium mining. In this Keewatin Regional Land Use Plan, Term 5 and 3.5 and 3.6 speak to uranium and give a voice to the community. 3.6, any future proposal to mine uranium must be approved by the people of the region. It's not mentioned in this 2021 draft land use plan. In March of 2015, I participated as an intervener. I didn't know what an intervener was. At the Nunavut Impact Review Board hearing for Areva Resources, who were wanting to mine uranium. At that public hearing, I realized how important it is to find out or go to meetings and learn what's going on, but also things are being discussed and passed, and things are going ahead without the community really understanding or knowing what's going on. And uranium is just one issue. In 2006, Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated passed a uranium policy for their Inuit-owned lands. When did they consult the communities in the region or in the territory if Inuit were in agreement with this type of activity or not. This set a precedent because it allowed the Crown, the federal government, to say, yes, Inuit are in favor of this, so then all of Nunavut's in favor of uranium mining. So then the Crown, who is the federal government, but with devolution, will then become government of Nunavut. So they in turn have a uranium policy. But to me, I'm not a lawyer. I just do this as getting tidbits of information and trying to find out how is it right or not right. For this one issue of existing rights, on page 57 it shows Orono will get grandfathered in, and that's Areva. It was Areva. And there are at least 16 other companies that have looked for uranium, and this gives them a chance to say, to keep it. But what if the people don't want it? Nunavut Planning Commission had their meetings in 2007, I believe, when they had the uranium information session in Baker Lake, and brought the Institutes of Public Government, Nunavut Water Board, Nunavut Impact Review Board, Nunavut Wildlife Management Board, and I think that was it. Nunavut Planning Commission was there. They were the ones organizing the meeting or the information sessions. They brought people who know about uranium, exploration companies, mining companies, Indigenous people from Alberta or Saskatchewan who are familiar with uranium mining in their backyard, plus those who are on the other spectrum of wanting more information about uranium and its effects. Land is here, we're here because of land. If this issue has already been checked off and said you've had a meeting, boom, you've met with the people. 3-6 I learned at the Nunavut Impact Review Board hearing for Areva, the hamlets of Baker Lake, Ogvet, Coral, Nauyat, Chester, all the 7 communities passed motions to say that they are in agreement with uranium exploration and mining because as long as it doesn't affect human health and other things, they agree that Areva could come and explore, and then that's one project. Then we're going to have to keep doing this all the time now. But from what I understand in the Keewatin Regional Land Use Plan, you're supposed to give the community a voice or a chance to say yes or no, is how I read it as an individual. I'm not with the, I'm not at the big meetings, at the big tables where they decide these big issues. I have a lot more to say. This affects our future generations, not just today, but my great-great-grandchildren who I'll never meet. And, sorry, the uranium, the minerals and the rocks, they're not moving, they're not going anywhere. The only thing that's changing are the companies and the stock prices They keep going up and down, changing hands. It was Arriva, now it's Orono. Who will it be in 20 years? But we need to invest in people in Nunavut to be lawyers, tailings pit managers, tailings pit engineers, everything. We're not there yet, and that's okay. Once we get there, then we can make big decisions on things that are happening with the land, with the minerals and resources. The only group that I see are the ones that want the money and the businesses, the mining companies. I understand we need money and we need to get economic development, but at what cost? With uranium, we don't know very much about radioactive waste and cancers and everything else that happens with it. I only understand a little bit, but we don't have the people power or the people that really truly understand the issue, I believe. When we're all educated as biologists and nurses or doctors, and in these companies, not just at the bottom level, we need upper management, we need chemical engineers as well. And when we get there, yes, I think we should approve a lot of this mining development and exploration, but we're not there yet. And this draft land use plan would give us a chance to say, okay, let's stop and slow down until we're ready. Right now we have in the Region 3 open mining 3 mines with 1 company. During the pandemic, Inuit weren't working. They got paid 75%, but they wanted to work. In our community, we wanted to work. And I'm sure it was the same in other communities. People from outside of Nunavut were working on our land in our backyard. Why was the Kivalliq Inuit Association not able to say, hey, let our Inuit work and you reduce your productivity down to whatever, minimum level, and let Inuit work there? COVID-19 was the reason why everything shut down and we're back to having meetings and stuff, but that was a great opportunity, a missed opportunity for Inuit to show that we can do it and we can do it and we will always be able to do it. We can do whatever we want. That was a very bad missed opportunity because we can do stuff. We can operate that mine. We've got people who know how to drive trucks, haul, truck driving. They do the 24/7 day shift, night shift, 2 weeks in, 2 weeks out. There's upper management. There would have been, anyways. The talk about minor variations on slide 61, minor variance plan amendments, periodic review. How did that happen for this with term 3.5 and 3.6? The communities were never really informed, told the truth about how it got to be where it is today. I could go on and on, but I'll think I can stop now. But no.
Thank you, Paula. Jonathan, would you like to say some words?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Paula, for sharing what's clearly a very emotional and close to the heart issue. Now, we do understand the concerns that you've expressed over the years with the approach the Commission took in 2007 in relation to the the Q8 and Regional Land Use Plan. One point of clarification I could make in response to some of your concerns are that in Appendix A in the table of existing rights, there was a decision made by the Commission to not include projects that were previously reviewed and not approved by the Nunavut regulatory system. So that did lead to the exclusion of portions of the main Kigavik deposit that was owned by Areva. You did correctly note there are some additional claims within Appendix A currently under the ownership of our own, I'm forgetting the name, but the new company, Orano. Those were considered to be a separate exploration project that was being developed, and those did get included, but that is something that commissioners will again be reconsidering. So I do note that some participants have recommended the inclusion of all existing rights, including those like the main Kigavik project that was not approved, to be added back into that list. But this draft did intentionally exclude some of those rights for projects that were previously reviewed. Again, I think you touched on a number of issues, and I think we'll take a lot of that as comment. But yeah, maybe I'll just stop there, and then thank you for your comments. Thank you.
Sean Lester, Vice Chair. We will move on. We will move on to Willie. You're next with the mic.
Thank you. Sean, Willie Nakulak, Hamlet, representing Hamlet of Coral Harbor. I'm on page 30 here for Beluga calving areas in Norway. Yeah, I see the spot that where Beluga do some calving areas, but that's not the only place. There's about 3 other places that we know that being said, like seeing the page 38, for marine protected areas. If this was to be approved or supported by the region of Kivalliq, so what's going to happen? Like, we have outfitters and we get a lot of sport hunters. One of the things that they harvest is walrus. Will that affect the sport hunters? That's my first question. Thank you.
Thank you, Willie. Jonathan?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. So thank you for the comments regarding the beluga calving areas, in particular those locations identified by the community of Coral Harbor were directly included in the draft plan as land use designations. And if there are some missing near the island, then that's the type of information that could be provided in follow-up submissions. Regarding the proposed or in discussion marine protected area around the island, as I noted in response to a previous question a few minutes ago, that process
is very much in its early stages towards development. So you asked a specific question about whether this proposed marine protected area would have impact on sports hunts for walrus in particular. And as I noted earlier, the Commission is not heavily involved in that process, and we're not able to speculate as to what requirements may be associated with that area, but we do know that federal government departments within their mandate have obviously broad responsibilities to consult and engage with the communities that would be affected by these conservation initiatives. So I would expect that as that process advances, they would be holding a number of consultations and engagements with your community to respond to these types of questions and identify priorities for how the community would like to see the area managed. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, Willie. Do you have a follow-up question?
Thank you, Sean. And Jonathan, Willie Nakla, Hamlet of Coral Harbor. Yeah, I'm just kind of worried about the future. When this is on there, I'm sure the government or whoever will start touching up upon that. And it probably has happened somewhere. Like, this is really benefiting our community, like the sport hunters. I'm just kind of worried about this myself. I'm sure the people of Coral Harbor also too. So, and this is protected area is really big. This is not only for summer, even during winter. Like, we take out sport hunters too for polar bear hunt. That's my concern. And that being said, like going up to 54, yeah, the shipping routes. Like about 5 to 7 years ago, there was I don't know, one of the government stakeholders were in Coral and came to ask us that they had a plan that they want to start to make sure that the ships aren't too close to the island and Baffin area. So the shipping route is too close to the Southampton Island on the east side, even between Coral Harbor and Coach Island. This was decided, and I believe that we had the support from KIA that we don't want ships between Coral Harbor and Southampton and Coach Island. But I think this is outdated. It would have been nice if it was updated. This just really concerns me too, because it looks like it's pretty much outdated. I'm just concerned about my community. I don't know if we're going to get benefit for this, the region, given the region. Or there might even be more that we didn't even hear on the slides that we saw today. Thank you.
Thank you for your concern and your comments. My understanding is a lot of this has been presented previously, and it can also be part of your community's presentation. And the Nunavut Planning Commission welcomes those kind of comments, because it's those things that help us in the decision process. This evening, we'd like the questions on the plan, and but we'll let Jonathan speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Just 2 points of clarification to add. One, I'd like to note again that the proposed marine protected area around Southampton Island, that may even be too strong of a phrase to call it a proposed marine protected area. We note that it's what's called a study area, so it's very early in the development process, so it is large at this time, and through consultation and engagement, the proposal could be further developed and refined. And finally, regarding the shipping routes shown on this map, again, I'd like to reiterate that they have been considered by the Commission throughout the development of the plan, but do not form part of the land use plan itself. And we have been having some kind of sidebar discussions that there are likely updates to this map. Our version dates from 2017 or 18, and there does appear to be more recently available information, and we look forward to receiving that from the federal government in the coming weeks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jonathan. Thanks for the question, Willie. Sharon, you have a comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sharon Hallowack, Executive Director of the Planning Commission. I want to stress to all the community members and all participants, we're here to review the plan. So your comments are all welcome. We only can make it better by getting your input and your feedback. So as Paula said, these meetings are very necessary. They're necessary for all the registered participants to hear your views, as well as for you to hear all of the registered participants, other participants' views. So it's an exciting first day, and I'm glad that we're initiating the dialogue. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'll turn it back over to you to continue on with the question process. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. We are at the end of our list for the community participants, unless there is additional hands to be raised. There will also be more time for questions as we go through each day with each participant. But I don't want to go over this quickly. I want to make sure you have your chance to ask the questions that you believe are needed. Okay, I think we're done with those questions for today. And we will move to registered participants. Once again, yeah, you're probably better over there, Jonathan, so that you can see who's asking the question. We'd like you to come up to the mic, state your name and your organization, and ask questions on the presentation of the land use plan. We'll just give Jonathan a sec to get settled. Okay. Please go ahead, ask the questions.
Thank you, Chair.
Marie Bello mo yung maligalareyo yung
I'm
na
Marie
butong
Bello,
bikune.
lawyer for NPI. I have a question on the presentations at the PowerPoint number 59.
By the Nunavut Planning and Project Assessment Act. We received a response indicating that the Nunavut Planning Commission declines to do so. So I see in this current draft Nunavut Land Use Plan 2021, there is yet again another framework for existing rights, and as we call as well, grandfathering of mineral rights, different ways of expressing this particular issue, and existing mineral rights might mean different things to different people or depending on the context. But anyways, in this draft, on slide 59, there's a list of criteria that the Nunavut Planning Commission has developed, and based on that criteria, they have put together what we call Appendix A, which has been mentioned more than once now, of a list of companies and a list of projects that are considered to have existing mineral rights that would be recognized under this draft Nunavut Land Use Plan. So the question is about that criteria, the list that's there on slide 59, and just the general approach on existing rights by the Nunavut Planning Commission on this, in this current draft 2021. The question is, what are the policy and legal considerations and factors that were included and considered to come up with that list of criteria? And if the NPC could provide as well what specific provisions in the relevant legislation, the Nunavut Planning and Process Assessment Act, to support using this particular criteria. And I understand this is a bit of a technical question, and we don't require an answer right away. It could be at another time. I hope that was clear. Kuya Nami.
Thank you for the question. Jonathan?
Thank you very much, Jonathan. Thank you acknowledge the request from NPI providing outside legal opinion on this matter. As we indicated, the petition has not chosen to solicit such an outside legal opinion. Has considered this approach at great length. Some details are included in the Commission's options and recommendations document. We do not see anything in the Nunavut Agreement or the Nunavut Planning and Project Assessment Act that would preclude an approach such as the one proposed in the draft plan. And we encourage and invite all participants to bring their own perspectives and legal counsel to bear on the matter as to whether it is appropriate or, in fact, possible to include such an approach in the draft Nunavut Land Use Plan. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Thank you for that, Jonathan. I see one more person coming up to the mic. Please state your name and the organization and then ask the question. Thanks.
Thank you, and thank you, Jonathan, for your presentation. My name is Anita Goodmanson, and I am with Transport Canada. Before I ask my question, I just wanted to acknowledge the questions and concerns around marine shipping routes that were raised by the community members, and just let you know that we are happy to discuss those questions either during the Government of Canada's question period or at any point on the breaks. So I do have a question, Jonathan, in regards to the plan requirements for the on-ice travel routes that you had spoke about earlier today. And thank you for pointing out that it is a bit of a unique plan requirement in land use planning, and thank you to the Commission for considering and being open to creative solutions. My question is in regards to implementation. So looking forward to if this provision was to remain in the final plan, are you able to expand on how the Commission might consider the plan requirement during conformity determinations? For example, would the Commission consider the quality of the communication and the dialogue with community members and the hunter and trapper organizations that is a requirement of the plan requirement?
Thank you for the question. Jonathan?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission, and thank you, Anita, for the question. Regarding the anticipated practical effect of this on Commission staff and project proponents when reviewing the proposals, it was generally intended that this communication between the project proponent and the communities through their municipal councils and hunters and trappers organizations could take place after a positive conformity determination was issued. So the wording within the draft plan is that this would need to take place before undertaking the project, so not before submitting a proposal. So under this scenario, Commission staff or the Commission generally would not be responsible for evaluating the fulsomeness of the communication. Rather, it would be a requirement on the project post review by the NPC, in the same way that a setback requirement would be an obligation placed on a project proponent following a review by the NPC and pending other regulatory authorizations as well. Thank you.
Thank you. You have a follow-up question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Anita Goodmanson with Transport Canada. I've also noted in the plan requirement, it speaks to developing an ice bridge plan or an ice bridging plan. Could you clarify whether that is the only outcome that could come from the discussions between a proponent and the Hunter and Trappers Associations or the municipal governments, or whether, operationally, if it was not feasible, perhaps that ice bridging plan could be accommodated. Could there be consideration for other mechanisms, such as shifting the time of the proposed transit to accommodate potential on-ice travel?
Thank you for the question. Jonathan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Jonathan Savoy again with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you very much for the follow-up question, Anita. Looking at the text of the plan requirement as drafted, it does appear that the text may be overly prescriptive in requiring an ice bridging plan specifically. So as drafted, the text makes heavy and almost exclusive reliance on the use of an ice bridging plan as the solution to this potential interaction. I think the Commission takes the point that other alternatives may also be appropriate, and we would invite and encourage comments from the federal government and other participants on how to clarify that language to make it more inclusive of a range of solutions that may be considered, including ice bridging plans, which the Commission understands have been functional in some limited circumstances in other jurisdictions. So thank you for drawing that to our attention.
Thanks, Jonathan. Thanks for the question. I believe you have another one.
I do. I'd say this one's more of a comment. Anita Goodmanston with Transport Canada. Just given the role of municipal governments and the Hunter and Trapper organizations in this plan requirement, the Government of Canada would be interested to hear the views of the community members that are present throughout this proceedings or in further submissions in regards to their views on this particular plan requirement given their role. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment.
Unukut, Pau Kaluyunga, Umayin, Pujoti Sila,
I was part of the Nunavut agreement and part of the process. And it's still that nothing has been done so long. I'm tired of waiting for this process to end. I don't want no further delays. And during Cambridge Bay proceedings, I've heard that they want this plan delayed by many delegates. At this time, the delaying process is building a momentum they want to achieve in the short term. With delegates was correct. Eva was correct when she said our abilities, our needs are almost gone. They're being replaced by companies who are taking advantage of delaying tactics for this proceeding. So this is understandable. This plan needs to be approved. we need to be aware. We need to hunt caribou. If we don't have any more, what's the purpose of a plan? I don't want my fellow Inuit to be defeated or had not, so other big companies can benefit. I don't want any delays in this plan. And the longer we delay, it's more to their advantages. So I just wanted to make this comment.
Thank you for your comment, Paul.
I'm asking a question. The process you are conducting now, land use plan, if it's not approved by the signatories, will you have to redo the whole process again? The mining companies by then will be so many companies emerging, and this process will be delayed even further.
Thank you for clarifying that, Paul. Jonathan, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you, Paul, for your comments and question. So the process outlined under the Nunavut Agreement is that following these public hearings, the Commission is required to consider all information it has heard during these hearings and during written submissions that have already been received, as well as all of those comments that may come in before the close of the record on January 10th, 2023. Once the Commission has completed its revisions to this 2021 draft plan, it will prepare a recommended plan for approval that will be sent to the signatory parties, the Government of Canada, the Government of Nunavut, and Nunavut-Tungavik Incorporated. That draft plan, or that recommended plan, will be made public at the same time, but there will not be a consultation process per se at that juncture. There is no timeline for the signatory parties to consider the Commission's recommended plan. They can take as long as they need to provide a response. Under the Nunavut Planning and Project Assessment Act, the signatory parties are now required to provide written reasons for any rejection they may have of the recommended plan. So it may be accepted on first pass. It could also be rejected with written reasons. As I mentioned earlier today, at that point, the plan comes back to the Commission if it is rejected with written reasons. There's an opportunity for the Commission to reconsider its recommended plan, which could include further public engagement and consultation, up to and including another round of public hearings if necessary. Upon the conclusion of that process, which could not involve public engagement if the issues are resolvable, the Commission would then submit what we call a final recommended land use plan back to the Government of Canada, the Government of Nunavut, and Nunavut-Tungavik Incorporated. At that point, if on the second recommended plan, the final recommended plan, if that document is not approved, then the process outlined in the Nunavut Agreement and the Nunavut Planning and Project Assessment Act stops. So the expectation or the understanding of the Commission as that would require a restart of the entire process.
So there are 2 more opportunities for the Commission to revise the plan, and up to 2 opportunities for the signatory parties to accept it. If it is not accepted on 2 occasions, our understanding is that the process would stop and would need to begin again. Thank you for the question.
Thank you, Jonathan. Paul, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. The question I asked, I don't think I have a clear answer. Now, suppose you were to start this process all over again, while companies are emerging throughout the territory more and more. It appears that this will be disadvantage to Nunavut Planning Commission. Paul Kaluk.
Jonathan?
Thank you very much. I take the last statement as a comment. Was there a question? Apologies if I did not catch. Sorry, could you restate the question, please?
Go ahead, Paul.
I'm sorry. Thank you. The planning process, according to your presentation, you said if nothing works for approval, you said the process could start all over again. And it was made and understood today that if nothing works, the explorations, the minings will continue. And because of that, and if it's not approved, you said you will start the process all over again. What about the mining companies who will be working within our region? What will stop them from expansions and exploration? That's what I'm trying to get at.
Thank you for the question. Brian, would please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Brian Aglukat, Nunavut Planning Commission. Your question, if I understood it as is, I will try to answer your question. You are correct. It's been a long process, a lot of delays since 1996. I've started that and I'm still here. And your question, it's for the future question for tomorrow, next year. Years from now. Our environment in our territory and Nunavut Planning Commission and mining explorations, we don't really know what the future holds. If I were to give you an answer now, I could be incorrect in answering your questions. Nunavut Planning Commission is not able to answer your questions. We have to analyze the questions and prepare a question for you.
Thanks, Brian. Do you want to follow up, John?
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Paul, for the clarification, and thank you, Brian, for the additional comments. There's a couple of things I'd like to clarify as well, in that the Commission is very much committed to achieving an approved Nunavut land use plan, and the messaging from the signatory parties is the same, in that there's an interest in approving a Nunavut land use plan. So
this potential scenario of restarting the process is not an outcome that the Commission would like to see come to pass, and it's our understanding that it's not the outcome that the signatory parties would like to see come to pass. If this process were to have to begin again, certainly the expectation is that work could be built on these years of plan development and consultation that have taken place. But if this scenario that we really hope does not confront us does happen, then the activities in the territory, including mineral exploration and development, would continue to be considered on a case-by-case basis by Nunavut's regulatory system, including through the continued implementation of the 2 approved regional land use plans. We do note that some participants have called for a moratorium on the issuance of additional rights in the territory pending the resolution of the Nunavut Land Use Plan. We note that those requests have not been implemented by the federal government and other landowners in the territory. But yeah, very much hope and anticipate that this outcome will not be the path forward for this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Follow-up, Paul?
I don't think I'm getting any questions, answers. I appreciate being here and being able to participate in the process. Feel free, my fellow Nunavummiut. Thank you.
Bring up slide, I believe, 68, please.
Please be closer to the mic, thanks.
Okay, sorry. Alan Sexton for the Kivalliq Inuit Association. And I'd like to have see slide number 68, please, I believe. It's, sorry. Could you bring slide 68 up, please? 68, yes. Sorry, all right, it's chapter 6, second slide. Yeah, here, in the fourth, yeah, in the fourth bullet point, I believe, it refers to the plan supporting economic development on projects that have pre-existing rights in limited use areas. Just need a clarification that if there was say an advanced exploration project that had a seasonal sort of winter road in place and was going to take the next step to development, and that seasonal road needed to be replaced by an all-weather access road, would that be exempt? Would that be considered an exemption and allowed to go ahead if it was in a limited use area?
Thank you for the question. Jonathan?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. So, as drafted, the 2021 draft plan provides special consideration and exemption for the extent of existing mineral rights that is in place today. That
consideration and special treatment was not extended to associated linear infrastructure that extends beyond the footprint of the existing mineral right. So again, as drafted currently, if a company was operating a seasonal winter road to an existing mineral deposit with rights associated with it, the significant modifications to escalate that project from advanced exploration bulk sample to an operational mine, the draft plan does provide exemptions for those activities. If those activities required the upgrade from a seasonal winter road to an all-weather road passing through limited use areas not included in the footprint shown in Appendix A, then that would require a plan amendment as drafted, and the Commission has heard extensive concerns from those involved in the mining industry that this is a significant concern or limitation for the development of these existing projects. Thank you.
Thank you for that answer, Jonathan. Do you have another question?
No, that's fine. Thank you for the answer. Appreciate it.
Okay, thanks. Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kim Poole for the Kivalliq Inuit Association. My question is regarding clarification on Caribou key access corridors. It's on slide 25, but I don't think it's necessary to go there. You noted that these key access corridors are a technical term from the government of Nunavut, and they are areas used by caribou to access the calving grounds. But it is not exactly clear what this covers. You also have caribou migration corridors. And my question is, how do these differ from key access corridors, which I think are the end of spring migration? Are the caribou migration corridors both fall and maybe early spring or early to mid-spring migration? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Jonathan?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you, Kim, for the question regarding these different caribou habitats. I would refer you and us back to the original Government of Nunavut submissions that identified these habitats, which was made probably in 2014 or 15. So some of the specific details may escape me here today. But in general, yes, the Commission understands that caribou migration corridors are used at different times of year for migration, both north and south generally, or fall and spring. And our understanding is that these key access corridors are, maybe I could phrase it as almost a remnant of previous Government of Nunavut policy for different caribou habitats. So these key access corridors were identified as important areas used by caribou to gain access to the calving ground, but were explicitly defined to be portions of those areas within post-calving areas. So to go back in time, the GN had different recommended management approaches for calving and post-calving areas, but the calving and the key access corridors were both consistent. So it is
relatively artificial in its construct, in that it is a portion of the post-calving areas that is perhaps more important than the other areas of the post-calving areas, and that's because of their use during the caribou migration period. Again, not being a caribou expert myself or having looked at those submissions terribly recently, I hesitate to provide too much more information based on memory, but those different criteria were set out by the government of Nunavut many years ago, and perhaps we could take a look at some of those documents and come to a better, clearer understanding of those distinctions. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Do you have a further question? Did you get the answer you were looking for?
Kim Poole with the Kivalliq Inuit Association. Can I just follow up with a comment?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Jonathan. I struggle with that interpretation, and I have been in this process since the early 2010s, and I didn't understand it back then, and I don't really understand how access into a calving ground in presumably late spring migration prior to calving can be lumped in with post-calving, which takes place after calving. But a suggestion may be that you might want to perhaps check with the government of Nunavut and clarify this, or perhaps simplify it, because I think it's just adding a level of confusion that is probably not useful or needed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Please state your name, organization, and then state your question to the land use plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Luis Manso. I work for Kivalliq.
Please move closer and or remove the mask for clarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Luis Manso, Director of Lands, Kivalliq Association. To start, I don't need the answer right away, Jonathan. It's a technical question about Schedule 1911. And the question is the following. How the NPC will incorporate that into the plan, knowing the areas already selected for conditional use or mixed use, and Schedule 1911 will have a drastic change to those designations for many reasons of access to either crown land or IOL as a part of those adjustments. So maybe we can have a size conversation in regard to that, and how the Planning Commission will tackle those easements. Thank you.
Thank you. Jonathan?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you, Louis, for the question. So the Commission certainly appreciates the recent submissions of the Kivalliq Inuit Association identifying these Schedule 19 easements and the inclusion of them in your recent submission. The question of how the Commission will incorporate them is not one that we can answer today or any time soon. So this will be the subject of consideration by commissioners in the new year following the close of the record. And we do note that specific recommendations on how the Kivalliq Inuit Association, or other participants in the planning process recommend the Commission incorporate them into the land use plan will be very helpful for Commissioners' consideration early in the new year. So I do encourage some discussion between participants about how these can and should be incorporated into the land use plan, so that the Commission has a very full record or suite of evidence to consider when they begin their deliberations early in the new year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jonathan. You have another question?
No, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Your opportunity is dwindling for this evening. One last call. Is there a public member? Seeing none, I believe we are done for this evening, but we will have some housekeeping announcements. Sharon will start, and if there's something that I happen to remember that she doesn't, which is unlikely, then I will make a statement too. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sharon Ahalawak, Executive Director for the Nunavut Planning Commission. Just a reminder that for those that weren't here earlier, we are changing our start time in respecting that the community delegates can get to the restaurants and get their breakfast. So we will be starting at 9:15 sharp. And thank everyone for today, and have a good evening. Thank you.
Before we break, I have one comment. Thank you very much for your questions. It's through this process that it really helps the commissioners do their job. Thanks. Hello? Hello?
Nothing.
Hello? Can I have your attention very quickly? It was brought to our attention that 9:15 might have sounded like 9:50 to some individuals. So the start time is 9:15. See